Professor Papathanassiou, he will present himself as well, but he's a dear friend and colleague since together in the university for quite a few years now, collaborating in the Performing Arts Medicine Clinic. In fact, we started it quite a few years back. And thank you for your help and cooperation. So enough said. So I will let Eleftheria now take the floor and present you a topic which you may or may not know, but it's on evidence-based medicine in the care of the sinking voice. Looking at the literature, you will find, and Eleftheria will tell you about it, that the evidence on how to treat voice problems, especially in performers, is only circumstantial. So we need to do some more research on this, and I hope Eleftheria will help us with that. Okay, Eleftheria, thank you very much for joining us. She's in London at the moment, working hard, so thank you again. You have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Bibas. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you all for having me here today. First of all, I want to check that the sound is good. Is everything all right? Yeah, great. All right. So I'm gonna turn off my video now so that I can start right away. So today I would like to discuss with you the current evidence in the care of the singing or performing voice. And before anything else, I would like to provide some clarification, some definitions, if I may say so, about two important terms that I will be using during the presentation, and that I believe that they are important for anyone with scientific interest in singing voice. So let's start with the term evidence-based medicine. So this was first introduced by Sackett et al. In BMJ in 1996 and concerns the optimal clinical approach of any medical condition. Evidence-based medicine is defined as the integration of best research evidence with clinical expertise and patient values. But let's focus on each of these elements separately. I'm sorry, I think that the microphone is on, the second microphone. Could we turn it off because I have some feedback, if that's all right? Yeah, great, thank you. So first of all, let's see how we could understand and take into account our patients' values and preferences when making health-related decisions. First of all, we need to study a lot the specific patient's population, in our case, the performing artists, their needs and challenges. We also need to team up and discuss about the optimal approach with colleagues, clinician scientists with the same expertise in this domain. We also need to give our patient a voice. We have to discuss with them their particular expectations and needs. Information such as the timing in their career, their needs to rehearse or perform soon, may change our attitudes and medical decisions. When discussing with patients, we also need to find and use a common language, one that is being understood by both parties, so that we ensure that we conclude in shared decisions and thus acceptable by both parties. And finally, we need to take the time and courage to review our decisions and be ready to change them if that serves our patients' well-being. Now let's see how we can develop safe clinical judgment, the second element of the evidence-based medicine. If I could use two words to answer to that, they would be time and experience. Time spent in studying about mechanics of the human body, studying the literature, and time spent with the patient, examining them, analyzing the results of our investigations, and reasoning our decisions. And then experience, which is gained by seeing case after case and being ready to review our decisions always for the safety and benefit of the patients. And now we talked about evidence. So how can we quantify or evaluate evidence? Thankfully, this has been done before us, for us. Specific frameworks have been created by experts to help us understand how to weigh different levels of evidence across literature in order to make health-related decisions safely. It helps us put the results of each study design into perspective based on the relative strengths and weaknesses of its design. Here, I provide the commonly used evidence-based medicine pyramid which depicts really nicely the different levels of evidence. At the base of the pyramid, we see studies such as case reports that provide low level of evidence. It's still useful, but they provide low level of evidence. While on the top, we find those studies with higher levels of evidence, like systematic reviews or meta-analysis, which have high utility in making clinical decisions. So now that we discussed about evidence-based medicine, let's discuss about the alternatives of evidence-based medicine, or what I like to ask myself sometimes, what on earth medicine can be based on, if not on evidence? So in the cases where evidence is not yet available, clinical decisions are being made based on clinical judgment and experience, and of course, patients' values. And this is the good and safest scenario. Nevertheless, bad alternatives to evidence-based medicine exist, and these are the eminence-based medicine, which refers to a clinical decision that is made by relying purely on the opinion of a medical specialist or any prominent health professional. Anecdote-based medicine, which refers to all these times that our decisions are based to this one similar case we once had or we heard about and went well or wrong, and of course, Dr. Google. Now that I hope that I convinced you that evidence-based medicine is the optimal approach when making health-related decisions, let's see the second important term we will be using, and let's explain why singing voice is of particular interest and should be considered separately by clinicians. First of all, singing or performing voice, as voice in general, is a tool of expression and part of one's personality. Nevertheless, it requires different mechanics, complex phonatory maneuvers, endurance, flexibility, and vocal tract control that exceed the needs of the speaking voice. In the majority of the cases, it is also directly linked with the reputation, the career, the income, the quality of life, and the overall well-being of our patients. Furthermore, we know now, we have evidence that there is higher incidence of specific voice disorders among performing artists. Here are results of an international survey with 500 respondents and a national one that we conducted, our team conducted a couple of years ago in the Greek performing arts community. And both show that a high percentage of performing artists have faced at least one voice disorder in their lifetime. Going further, apart from the higher incidence, the management plan is also more demanding when treating performing artists. Designing the management plan that affects the singing voice can be very challenging. Apart from the mechanics of the singing voice, the related disorders, and the optimal management, the ENT must have a deeper understanding of the demands, vocabulary, psych, and economics of the professional singer to provide optimal care. But the patients themselves have to undertake some work as well. Adherence to optimal treatment, improvement of singing technique, reduction of performance, health, or career-related stress, changes of lifestyle and bad habits are strongly linked to the success of any therapy that we choose for them, and thus to the satisfactory recovery of the singing voice. So having in mind what we just discussed, the particularity of the singing voice and the necessity of the evidence-based medicine, we decided to run the current literature and find out what is the current evidence in the care of the commonest disorders of the singing or performing voice. And by saying commonest, these are the voice disorders that were met more frequently in the survey that we conducted a couple of years ago in the Greek performing arts community. We're talking about the acid reflux, fibrovascular changes of the vocal folds, bleeding, hemorrhages, or hematomas of the vocal folds, muscle tension, dysphonia, and acute laryngitis. In order to answer our question, we conducted a prismoscoping review searching 3 major databases, literature databases, InBase, PubMed, and Scopus, and searched for all those papers that were published in English, French, German, or Spanish during the last 20 years. What we found out is that During the last 20 years, there were 14 case series and case reports that fulfilled our criteria and described management and care of the voice disorders we identified. 1 case control study, 5 cohort studies, and only 2 randomized control trials. We didn't find any systematic review or meta-analysis, which are on the top of the evidence-based pyramid. Now let me present you some of the results regarding each condition. Let's start with the fibrovascular changes of the vocal folds. These are actually a group of benign abnormal growths, lesions, within or along the covering of the vocal cord. We're going to see them in the next slide. So we know now that performing artists are at higher risk due to their higher incidence of acid reflux, as we're going to see later on, to their voice overuse and the complex way they're using their voice. Fibrovascular changes of the vocal folds can cause symptoms like roughness of the voice, diplophonia, breathiness, vocal fatigue, especially in singing voice, changes in pitch or a vocal range, chronic coughing, forcing, or strain. And now let me show you what we see as clinicians. So this is a normal, on the top we see a normal larynx. I'm not sure if you can see my my cursor. So these are the vocal folds. You cannot see my cursor, right? Let me see what I can do. Okay, thank you. So on the top, we see the normal larynx, the 2 vocal folds. I hope you saw them correctly. Okay, so here we see the airway. Air comes in so that we can breathe, and air comes out. And when the vocal folds meet in the midline, they vibrate so that we create sound. In order for that sound to be regular, the surface of these vocal folds should be regular with no bumps, no lumps, no any irregularity whatsoever. So what we see when we see fibrovascular lesions is that something changes on the surface of the vocal folds. We see here a swelling in the top left, on the top left picture, a swelling of the free edge of the vocal fold that could create an irregularity or roughness of the voice, or even lesions that are better defined, like this one, which is a polyp. This is a typical image of a fibrovascular lesion of the vocal fold. So today we have enough evidence to know that the phonosurgery and the voice therapy are the golden standards for the management of these cases. At the same time, voice rest may be needed, control of reflux, use of steroids before or after surgery, whether injected in the vocal folds or orally for a few days, and anxiolytic lasers like KTP gain more and more ground since more evidence arrives that they are both safe and efficient even under local anesthesia at an office-based procedure. Now let's continue with laryngopharyngeal reflux. This is the retrograde flow of stomach content or acidity to the larynx and pharynx. The lining of your larynx is not made to tolerate the acid of the stomach, and when there is this retrograde flow, we can have chronic inflammations of this lining. We know now that performing artists are at higher risk of reflux due to the necessary air support involving intense use of abdominal muscles, increased stress due to career management, uncomfortable schedules, late meals just before sleep or after the performance, and bad nutrition habits, especially when on the road. Again, the symptoms can differ between patients. We can have hoarseness, changes in pitch, chronic coughing, forcing or strain. Again, what we see in comparison to the normal larynx that we saw before, the whole larynx is under inflammation. You see a diffuse redness, sometimes we can even see here is the food pipe right behind your vocal folds. So they are neighboring sides. Sometimes we can even see this retrograde flow of the content when we're doing our scoping. Now, what's a bit surprising is that there is no evidence for performing artists. What we currently do is we lend it from the general population evidence. So now we know that we can treat heartburn due to reflux with PPIs like omeprazole for 8 weeks and the changes of lifestyle and nutrition. Nevertheless, a recent randomized control trial, again in the general population, showed that this medication, like omeprazole, does not help with the throat symptoms, with the voice symptoms. So the next best thing is currently being evaluated. These are the alternates. Nevertheless, this RCT is still ongoing, so we do not have the results yet. Now let's talk about bleeding, hemorrhage, and hematomas. Again, you can imagine that performing artists, especially the ones that have performances that are quite demanding, are at higher risk. The symptoms may be acute in a very acute incident during the performance, or can be chronic. And again, they are roughness of the voice, diplophonia, breathiness, vocal fatigue, changes in vocal range, chronic coughing, and forcing or strain. What we see as clinicians when we are scoping our patients is, as you see here, for example, an eruption of this superficial vocal fold vessel. Well, sometimes this eruption happens within an already defined lesion, and we have this very typical image of a hemorrhagic polyp. So the evacuation of blood happens within the lesion. Again, enough evidence shows that phonosurgery, always voice rest at the acute phase of the hematoma, and then phonosurgery and voice therapy are the golden standards. Again, steroids, reflux control are beneficial for the better and quicker recovery of the hematoma and the quality of voice. And again, we gain more and more evidence for the angiolytic lesions like KTP under general or local anesthesia. And now what about varices? We talk about this vascular malformation or ectasias. We think that performing artists are at higher risk, probably due to phonotraumatic shearing stresses or collision forces on the microcirculation within the superficial lamina propria. There is no current evidence, but this is a valid hypothesis. With regards to the symptoms, they are completely asymptomatic, so they do not cause any change in the quality of voice. And there is a current large cohort that shows that the risk for hematoma or bleeding is similar for those that have this kind of ectasias on their vocal folds and those who do not. So in general, today, we decide not to treat them. We won't risk the safety of the vocal folds for just an ectasia that is asymptomatic and probably not risky. Now let's continue with muscle tension dysphonia, which is actually the situation where the muscles around the larynx are so tight during speaking or singing that the larynx does not work efficiently. Again, many times when performing artists try to achieve a specific quality of their voice, they tend to use muscles, so there is a higher risk for them to present muscle tension dysphonia. The commonest symptoms are roughness, vocal fatigue, especially after performing or rehearsing, changes in pitch, chronic cough, forcing strain, and pain of the neck muscles as well. And secondary fibrovascular changes of the vocal folds because of the extra strain that the vocal folds surfaces receive. Again, what we see I try to use an image here that's a bit spectacular, where we see this patient is really squeezing the voice box in order to achieve phonation. So we see that the vocal folds are not even visible. This patient presses from the sides and anteroposteriorly in order to create voice. And this is a typical image of muscle tension dysphonia. I'm sure that if we could see the patient at this point of the examination, we could see that that they also squeeze with the neck muscles as well. So again, we have evidence about how to properly manage this situation. Speech therapy is our golden standard. Breathing exercises and manual therapy or combined treatment provide very good results. And finally, let's see what we're doing in the case of acute laryngitis, which can be viral, bacterial, or just due to vocal strain. When we yell or talk for a long time or overuse our voice, again, you can imagine that performing artists are at higher risk of presenting this voice disorder. And the symptoms can be acute, but also can become chronic if it's not addressed properly. So we have dysphonia, roughness of the voice, vocal fatigue, changes in pitch, coughing, forcing, pain, and if we do not leave the vocal folds recover, we could have fibrovascular changes of the vocal folds and secondary hematomas of the vocal folds as well. Again, the evidence shows that steam, hydration, and oral hydrocortisone, but with voice rest for at least 24 hours can be beneficial for the recovery, the quicker recovery of the quality of voice. But again, the clinician should not hesitate to cancel any performance or rehearsal if they feel that this could be safer for their patient. And the return to performing should start first with exercises and speech therapy rather than going directly to the next performance. So, running through the literature, we discovered some clear uncertainties. And let's start with the steroids that are commonly used, sometimes even without the opinion, the agreement of a clinician. So steroids, yes, can be helpful, but not without voice rest. All studies that have been testing steroids are testing them on people at strict voice rest. Taking steroids and going performing has not been tested. It is not considered safe. Now let's talk about phonosurgery. Yes, it is helpful. It can be dangerous if it's actually our golden standard, but it can be dangerous if it's not at the hands of trained surgeons with understanding of voice mechanics. Now we talked about laser and cold instruments. Both can be equally safe and beneficial, but again, in expert hands with training in these particular techniques. Office or general anesthesia, again, we have evidence that both can be safe and efficient, but at the right hands with the right equipment and according to each particular patient's case. And now, what about voice rest and for how long? So evidence shows that voice rest as short as 48 hours is efficient, can be safe for our patients, but still we need more information. So some clinicians may be more conservative, and especially in the cases of performing artists, prescribe a longer voice rest. And now some certainties that some patterns, if I may say so, that we saw in all of the papers about singing, about the care of the singing voice, is that performing voice needs specialized care by a team with experience and special interest in it. The voice care team needs to be multidisciplinary, minimum with, it should consist of an ENT, speech and language therapist, teachers of music and singing, and possibly voice scientists. The voice team needs to use common language with patients, so the adherence to the treatment plan is optimal. And then vocal hygiene and good technique, it was always beneficial in all cases, in all papers that that we examined, that we analyzed. Now to conclude, the current care of the singing voice is as evidence-based as possible, but in any case, it is irreplaceable and necessary in order to ensure optimal and sustainable voice results. Of course, in the future, I guess that we all have the same impression. We need to pull more data of this particular population, and more longitudinal, larger, and population-specific trials are for sure warranted. And now, time for an optimistic anecdote. So these are 6 of the most famous larynx in the world, not only because they made it to titles cohort in 2019, but also because they are super famous performers, having all won multiple Grammy Awards. So if this larynx can do it, you also can. Thank you. Okay. I'm happy that you heard it because I was feeling very alone here, me with my screen.
Thank you very much, Eleftheria. Very, very impressive presentation. So before I ask for any questions from the audience, just to say something that Eleftheria has already remarked on, that we don't operate on pictures. Yeah, you go to the otolaryngologist, you know, he sees something on the vocal cords. If you're asymptomatic, you may not need a surgeon, but a speech and language therapist. So that was a hard lesson to learn, but we've learned it. You know? We don't just take living down. The patient has to be symptomatic. Okay, anyone from the audience wants to ask a question? Yes, please. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. Pavlos Antoniadis from TU Berlin. Has there been any systematic studies of the effects of different musical genres or techniques on specific conditions for the voice? For example, do we have evidence that classical singing as opposed to jazz singing, to evoke an example from yesterday, may have different effects, or there are specific techniques in classical singing, etc.?
I'm not sure that I heard the whole question. It was if there is a systematic review or meta-analysis about the effect of different genres on the vocal folds, on the quality of voice.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, okay. So this was not in the scope of this particular study, so I didn't run across the whole literature. I know that there is a lot of surveys that check if there is a correlation with a specific genre and specific voice disorders, but I'm not sure if there is a systematic review or meta-analysis. I'm going to look it up. I know that there is a lot of work on that, but I'm not sure if there is basic science first on it to explain why there is a different incidence between the different genres. And I'm not sure if there is a meta-analysis of these surveys. I'm sorry for not being more helpful.
No problem. Just for your reference, there is a book by Michael Edward Edgerton on paranormal voice techniques. So sort of extra, contemporary music, avant-garde, vocal techniques, and how they might influence the vocal folds and vocal tract. So maybe that's a useful reference.
That's a book. That's not a study, is it?
Yeah, it's based on studies, though.
Yeah, it's based on studies.
Yeah, at the University of Michigan, if I'm not terribly wrong.
Yeah, but it doesn't compare the different genres, which was the original question. Yeah. But there are quite a few studies on this scale. As I said, it depends on what you're looking. Are you just looking at pictures, or are you looking at questionnaires? It depends on the design of the study. Which is why, as Eleftheria said, we need to work a bit more on getting some good data, because you see something in a journal, and the quality of the study is unfortunately very low. I think this is what well. If you look at the pyramid that Eleftheria showed you, most of the studies are very low quality. So the amount of information that you can extract is limited. So we need to be aware of what we are reading. If you don't actually look at the paper, understand what they actually be, you cannot reach conclusions. When we know that in medical literature, 40% or more in very well respected journals, the quality is not good. You cannot just look at abstracts and say, oh, so and so found this. It may not be the case. You have to be very, very careful. We're very behind in
If you want
okay. Running a bit late, so thank you, Eleftheria, very much. I know you have
Thank
work
you.
to do, so you can be disconnected, and I'll pass it to Leah. Yes, wait.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation and for the introduction. Before, we have been working together since 2005. We have a best of 7 years. We are maturing the coming year. I'm Elias Papathanassiou, and I'm part of the Performing Arts Clinic in the Hippocrates Hospital. We started with Thanos first with the hearing and the voice back in 2005, and gradually has grown up. Today we have seen more than, I don't know how many thousand patients and how many singers and performers. I'm not going to speak about what is evidence-based practice because Eleftheria has done that very well, and thank you here for the introduction. I will start just saying what is the purpose of voice therapy and voice treatment, basically. This is what the speech and language therapists are doing. And I will start first that there are different approaches to the therapy. Eleftheria mentioned some, if we address the geometry, if there is a lesion, is likely to be surgical, the treatment. If there is something about the vibratory capacity, might be medical or surgical. And if we have to address the function of the vocal mechanisms, then it's therapy. But over the time, we might see that it's not one of them. So you might improve the geometry, and then you might need to go to therapy. So it's the therapy usually follows even whatever intervention, because in some ways you have to bring the function of the vocal cords back to the way that was before. So what we're doing as therapists, for myself, a definition of voice, especially with singing, is that voice in a simplistic way, it's an acoustic result of a movement. I would take definitely that what is happening is something is moving to make this result. So we have to look in the way of a movement. So that's why there is the principles of motor learning, and we go further than that. So we try to change the behavior, which happens. We change a motor behavior, and we want to encourage to have a healthier movement of this person. And just about this example, he's walking, but he has changed totally his style, not in a healthier way. And what we're calling back as therapists to do is just bring this behavior back to what has been accepted. So what we lose, why we do lose this healthy, efficient movement that we have. It might be environmental factors, some cultural factors, the personality, the injury, the illness, the aging. All together can bring all these approaches that we have to intervene. And perhaps when we do back and go to this fitness and training that we're doing as therapists, we use some developmental patterns because the baby learns in a natural way, and we might have to follow that to return back to the healthy movements. Usually, I believe that speaking as a movement has also a motor program. So we think, and there's been some research which now we're considered to the publishing, especially on the voice pedagogy, which we have done at Hippocrates, which I will refer later. And what you have to do is perhaps we have to regroup to find the old motor program that the person had and why they lost that. Perhaps if we restrict some degrees of freedom, we might get a better behavior. And there are different approaches have been described about the whole body posture, etc. One important thing which we have to define is the vocal posture, where the vocal cords are laid and what is the necessary to make the best efficient. So for me, starting from your relaxation and optimum point is the best approach to start therapy. So a daily use of the voice is in a limited range. Speech, usually we refer to articulation, even voice participate on the prosodic variation of that speech. And the vocal cords usually on the neutral, they're actually shortened when we speak because they change on the length of what they are on the neutral position which they have on the average speaking for the middle frequency. Speaking back on the vocal posture, but that is something which we do with the training. No. Now, the next one is what is vocal fitness? So basically, I cannot accept for a performer without doing daily warming up and training. There is no athlete who does not work up every day. So for me, there is no performer who does not work up every day. So you need to do some voice exercise, your young of the larynx. Speech has a use limited, so there is different ways which you can use these vocal capabilities. Usually with my performers, the first thing which I teach is a very good relaxation and a very good warm-up before they start going to performance. And that they have to do every day. I cannot see someone going up on the stage without doing that. Perhaps we have to tap in some, we do some exercise who have the roots on their developmental profile, or who learn to localize, like the gliding, the squealing of the voice, and and all this exercise, which is based on the developmental. And this is quite important because sometimes I say this to my patients, think about the baby. They do not have the control of their mouth, of their voice. So think how your voice is produced in this situation, and just imagine of that, and that is quite important. And of course, there is something, a whole hierarchy, how to work on this strength and coordination. Now, what is this purpose of voice therapy? Then, to restore the healthy movement for the voicing, to reduce the impact which the vocal form, the stresses, to promote the healing, because sometimes they come to us with a lot of stress on the vocal cords, which that affect their healing, and we have to release it. But also we have to address all the environmental factors, which there is health education, and that depends through the cultures, the history, the ideology of the patients, and we have to take that individually. Now, voice therapy approaches. I usually, looking at the literature, there is not limited, perhaps very, very few therapy validated to the singers. I use more of the work which there has been to the speaking voice, which usually we adapt that to the singing voice. So as the voice therapy. And I review them, which there is evidence. Even in the clinical practice, as I will say before, there are different approaches people use, which are questionable. And that, for me, being, teacher and a clinician in some ways, I will not accept in a clinical practice using approach who do not have evidence-based practice. I will try to hang it with evidence-based practice. So basically, we have to think what is the physiology behind that, how we're achieving it, and what factors we take into account to build that. What is the architecture of this approach? One which has been used very important by Bertolini developed is the Lizak Marsden resident voice therapy. Usually it applies to people who have got this hyperreduction, the overuse of the vocal cords. Or the target of this is to start slowly to reduce the tension on the vocal cords and make a more resonant voice quality. You need to do a specific training to be a provider. And behind that, uses some semi-occluding vocal tract training and relaxation. You can configure the impact on the voice. There have been the research behind that on the speaking voice. There are several studies who support that. First, they combined the confidential voice with the element that is in women cases with nodules, but this study does not have a control group. It has been reported using this approach reduction on the voice handicap index in the self-rated resident voice therapy with the resident voice therapy, and an randomized controls trial is the only one that we have is for teachers with dysphonia. There are some data which going on from Kitty Verdolini, which continue to decrease the scores on the voice handicap index of the data. And of course, in 2007, did a systematic approach on this approach of therapy, systematic review, and say that we have small studies, and it's difficult to standardize the administration sometimes of the treatment, how each person does the treatment. Usually the protocol is 8 sessions over 4 to 8 weeks. Vocal hygiene and stretching starts. You start with exercise of semi-occluded consonants. Then you go ham chatting phrases conversation. It needs daily exercise at home, and the emphasis doing on the if you feel where you put your voice and to be able to self-assess it. For me, 8 sessions is quite a lot. Usually my therapy is like 3 to 4 sessions and patients are doing really well. If I listen to someone 8 sessions, this is too much. Now, the Casper-Stone confidential flow therapy is something which, again, with Catherine Bertolini, again, for the, here is for hyper, the overuse of the vocal cords and the hypoabduction is targeted slightly abducted to vocal cords to produce the flow of the voice. Again, you have to do training to be. And what you try to do is to maximize the output and minimizing the impact which you have on the vocal cords. So you, even if you have with a lower impact regional voice, but it's not very loud. So basically you need the low impact on the larynx, but the good resonation. Both and the previous one, the LMRVT and the computational voice treatment, improve voice in women with modules, I referred that. And also there is data which Kit Bertolini is collecting at the moment, and again, to reduce the voice, handicap index. But also there are some parts of that, like the stretch and flow therapy, which Chris Wharton has described, which provides some evidence. The protocol in this approach is you begin with an airflow, breath phonation, and this breath phonation then you make a hierarchy similar to the previous approach from phrases, humming, and later. And can do some do a handed low into resistance by adding a third cue, easy airflow and vibration. Vocal function exercise, perhaps one which is more being around and more discussed. Joseph Stembel from, I think he was University of Utah. He has retired last year, I think. He used for hypernasality and hyperanduction and hypoanduction. And the idea is to balance the two vocal folds and the system, how they produce. They prefer a course participation, but you can find them in many textbooks. The rationale behind that start with the semi-occluded, like the Bibas, to balance the airflow, adduction vocal folds and the resonance, and very soft production, and then you go to glides and you move to speeds. There is a number, as I say, of very well designed studies who have recommended the efficacy of this approach. There is the normal subjects. There is the only study who's got for singers back in 95, engagement in 23, dysphonic subjects, a few studies, aging voices, and even every aging singer which they use. Ban in 2018 saw that the semi-occluded vocal tract exercises is the best ingredient of this method. And Grant in 2019, who did a systematic review, basically he reviewed 21 studies, and he said the outcomes demonstrate that is efficacious and enhances vocal function in individuals with normal and distorted voices, presbylaryngos and professional voice users. The available research suggests moderated, strong evidence to support the use of this exercise in a variety of voice disorders. And the protocol starts with 4 exercises 4 times, twice daily. So you do some warms up, nasal focus, and you start in certain tonic regions, and then you do the strides, the glides, the contract, you go glides up and down, and then you start with the power to increase the respiratory support. Now, something which has been used better, and I want to give more emphasis, I'm doing well with time, I believe, is the semi-occlusion of the vocal tract. This is something which is going around with the thing they're using, and I want to give more evidence to exist about that. It is facilitated with inertive reactance. Inertive reactance is the delay which exists when you have the vibration of the vocal cords. It goes up to the cavity and then returns back, which allows the vocal cords to relax. So they have built many therapy programs. I use them continuously, and mainly done in no-speech and speech mechanisms. And you can do with straw phonation, you can do with in the water. Even a simple is a semi-occluded tract exercise. You can do with the buzzes, and all this. And usually it helps. So if you have an adapt and you want to relax your voice, see the teacher video online, which he say how to use the straw for the straw phonation and get your straw relaxed. But behind that, we have to look what the research says about that. And find during phonation, there is some evidence that there is on the pharyngeal inlet to the epilarynx area ratio. Is what I said before, that because you release the area above the larynx, the epilarynx can be relaxed and return with the inheritance with evidence which exists to come back. It helps the laryngeal lowering and hiding or mixed, but in a relaxed way. Increase the lung pressures with changes, because this is what happens during, because you use strong respiratory support to send the pressure or decrease the closing quotient of the vocal cords. So the time that the vocal cords stay closed is less. The effects after, when you will do, the several studies have shown improvement on the voice quality. There is a decrease in the glottal resistance, so the phonation is much easier, and the decrease on the phonation threshold. So it opens in a lower pressure in some ways. And of course, that results in increased airflow. And of course, there is increased spectral energy in the different forms of the subject, and there is increased the APNA. And there is a number of clinical trials with positive outcomes about the semi-occluded vocal tract therapy. Now, the results of the clinical trial, which they compare them in a randomized control style, they have 20 mild to moderate dysphonia focal fatigue, 6 weekly therapy sessions, which they perform the functional functional exercise 4 times per day, significant improvement on voice handicap index, and at least as good as the vocal function exercises with the flow resistance hum, and significant resistance on the KV. Basically, this time we compare if you do like the flow resistance, which is like a semi-occluded, with the vocal function. So they say if you do one or the other 4 times a day, you get some good results with the semi-occluded tract exercise as you do with the vocal function exercise. Now, what usually you do on the non-speech mechanism, you get the tube or the straw, and you do the glides, the accents, some singing and some reading, but always with a non-speech way through the tube. And what is the reason behind that? The first is to establish the continuous voice in a relaxed way, then modulate the voice with simple accents, a more complex modulation where you have changes on accents and pitch control because you have the singing, and of course maintain continuity of voicing in speech lag and prosody, and that there is some carryover. So the exercise, the flow resistant tube allows the hearers to experience the inertive vocal tract, make adjustments to the increase of inertance, because we need that for the relaxation of the vocal cords. Because some of these exercises we don't have to think. There is no cognitive load. So it's easy. So you can concentrate and be much easier. Sometimes I say to my clients, you're driving, do it. As you drive, there is no problem. No one will see you. And that will relax. If there is an actor who goes to the stage, just from the house, if you're driving, do the exercise. That will help you to relax. Use speech and prosody. You can be used because we use the prosody. As I say, has been complementary to many other therapies and includes speech exercise. So if you have both of them, is the best. And of course, can bring a bridge, mask the speech. So you can bring that out in speech, taking from the non-speech exercises. And basically, there is in all the voice therapy, the effect of learning. I might say that I have seen my patients 3 or 4 times in total, but 3 to 4 times. But I expect from them daily practice. If you don't do daily practice, you're not going to change your motor programming. If you want to develop something which you do as without thinking, like you're singing, you have to practice, 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 practice. Full stop. So you might start from voice, you go to the prosody and you learn, and there is a generalization to articulation, there is some modulation, and then you can end up to the speech, to singing where you want. So concluding, there is voice therapy techniques that have evidence based on research data, not a lot, but there are some. As I say, however, clinicians are using some techniques based on empirical evidence, what they know. Which for me is very questionable evidence and should not be used in the clinical practice. And we need more research to make things more efficacious. For me, it's very important to understand the physiology, the movement. Speech and voice is a movement. Understanding the physiology of the singing voice is the only way which we can develop techniques which we can work together and better efficient studies. In Greece, and that is something which I mentioned before to Anastasia, at the moment, I was looking up the literature and there is a great debate what we do. People are coming out referring as voice coaches, voice specialists, voice trainer, voice this, voice that, voice this, voice this, voice I do, whatever. You name it, there is behind. I think we should have, I'm a speech therapist. I'm not a voice teacher. I'm not a singer. If you ask me to sing, people will leave the room immediately. I have no idea about singing. What I work on is that I know the pathologies and the physiology of the pathologist and the pathophysiology to bring that to normal. Then the voice teacher will take them to give the normal larynx, the non-pathological larynx, to train them. Some of the techniques might be the same, but we have to work together because one compensates the others. We need perhaps to learn a bit more about the singing techniques, and the singing teachers need to learn a bit more about the voice pathology. Not to become voice pathologists, but to understand the pathology because they need. I think we need a consortium to start first, please, terminology. I cannot stand speaking that I do phonetics when I do singing. Phonetics is the part of linguistics which is related to the production of the sounds. Has nothing to do with the singing voice. Please. Sorry, but it's something which breaks my heart every time which I hear a nonsense like, have you done phonetics? I say, no, please don't. It's just we have to create, I think, a forum to start to learn to work together and sort out things. It's not problem. And I think we have not to protect for us. I mean, I have a long career behind. I don't have any problem with that. Thanks God. But I think we have to protect the singers and the performance. And we own to them first of all. Full stop. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah, if they want to add, no problem. I wanted to say something which I said with the study before, and this is very interesting about the motor programming. We have an idea, and we did the study, which we're just writing up. When you teach someone, do you rely on the acoustics or on the motor cues? Both. And that is the point, but you don't know what it leads to that. And what we did is we looked with the psalters like choral Orthodox Church singers. Some of them are practical, so basically they listen to someone and they sing, and some which they follow formal education, which they went through the motor. And sometimes, we have voice teachers. What, for singers, what you say, do as you listen to it or look at your tongue where you place it. So you link the movement to produce the acoustic result, or you take the acoustic result to produce the movement. That is a big question, both perhaps. Yeah, but that's is, how people rely on that. This mechanism is important not only for singing, but also for therapy. Okay, because you change the behavior, full stop. Yeah.
Work on voice. I work on physical movement for performers. And generally speaking, there has been a switch in thinking about motor programming, which involves a more what we call ecological understanding of the action perception cycle. So even if we decide that one starts with movement or one starts with listening, there is in real practice, in real musical.
There is different mechanism. I agree. I mean, there is the mechanism and time. I mean, we're just typical to that. There will be more to come about this training and spectrum and whatever. We just, starting this training pedagogy, we are interested in therapy. Okay, not on.
Yeah, but we need to be able to address from an epistemological point of view this cycle, this feedback cycle during the act, because listening can indeed influence the motor programming.
Yeah.
So that's the point, but one cannot focus either on one or.
Hi, thanks. Just in response to that comment, affective neuroscience is now leading and giving us evidence that preceding thought and action is emotion. So if we consider the very significant degree of psycho-emotional complexity involved with singers' voice difficulties, we can also take a different view on how to proceed with pedagogy. And what we're experimenting with now, and we're just collecting data on this, is using clinical hypnosis in parallel with voice therapy techniques. Why is your face looking like that?
Because I disagree with the psycho-emotional, as you say, because the psycho-emotional is more the frontal lobe. You take neuroscience and we speak about motor programming. One is right hemisphere, the other is left. There is an integration there of the neuroscience, which is totally different. So you cannot, so you cannot relate to one with the other so strongly. There is always the affection on the movement, but you cannot take so much. And the neuroscience of the hypnosis at the moment, how to affect this motor learning, I think it's not clear what can be done. That's why.
It's quite clear and it's developing quite quickly. But also if we take into consideration the subconscious nature of the programming of voicing in general, whether for speech or for singing.
Yeah, but the subconscious is coming out from the conscious first. It not goes to subconscious. It's something that you're practicing to become subconscious, to become reflexive. Well, so you need the conscious first to become subconscious.
Seems it's the other way, but let's discuss that in private.
As you said, there is a conflict between confusion. I don't know what to say.
Confusion.
Confusion between the voice therapists, voice educators, and speech pathologists, and also doctors, medicines that are.
All.
And I would like to say my experience that 10 years ago, that I started teaching the technologies of the singing voice, I was bringing my students to medicine who had a private center for the singing voice, because he had all this equipment to see how they work with vocal folds. So by
endoscopy,
yes. And after that, I realized that many of them have been caught by him and they have been operated. So I stopped bringing them to this center.
I will say, that's
the problem, because the students were coming and they said, yes, we went there and for the lesson, etc. But after they had taken our emails, and some of them have operated.
People found different ways to do business.
And this was at the moment the Center for the Voice. This is the reason. And now there is a big question that the Eleftheria has started to say that can we avoid the operation because we have many people that they propose to get operated.
But I think we have to work on the gold standards. That's what they say, Eleftheria. And I think we have to do a lot of work together. Full stop. We have to come together to develop a forum where we discuss the needs of pedagogy, the needs of therapy, the medical needs, to define the terminology, to be multidisciplinary, and that has to work really strongly in our field.
Johan, do you have any
Thanos,
comments on
Thanos
the
has
voice
something.
therapy? And
Thanos has got. Thanos has.
Because it's very important what Anastasia said. I'm not sure which center you're referring to.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but I will say it once again. We shouldn't operate on people. We should operate on patients with symptomatic. Speech and language therapy is the first choice, even in lesions where we operate finally. If I should give a guesstimate as to the percentage of patients that need surgery, the ones within the clinic, it's probably 130, 140. Could be probably even less. You know, you introduce a scar to the tissue whenever you operate. So you have to really think whether it's to the advantage of your patient to go for a scar or to leave the lesion. That's one. And the second thing is, if I leave the lesion long term without doing anything, what are the consequences in the mechanics or in the tissue? So these are things, as I said, these were hard lessons for us in surgery, but we need to get away from that. We know that we were doing harm to our patients by operating with whoever walked in our clinic. This should stop.
Yeah.
they tell you go to an operation quick.
Okay. I think I went over the time with the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We would like to thank Professor Thanos Bibas and Eleftheria Iliadou and Professor Papathanassiou for the excellent talks. And I would like to welcome Professor Vassilis Katsouros. Vassilis Katsouros is the director of the Institute of Language and Speech Processing. He received his degree in electrical and computer engineering from the National Technical University of Athens, obtained his MSc with the distinction of communications and signal processing from Imperial College, University of London, and his PhD in mathematical modeling and stochastic control from the same.
So, thank you very much for the invitation, Anastasia, and the team of your group for organizing this nice workshop. My name is Vassilis Katsouros. I was in the Institute for Language and Speech Processing of the Athens State Center, which is up north, some 10 kilometers from here. Today's talk, I will be talking about the modern state-of-the-art approaches that relate to text-to-speech synthesis, but also to singing voice synthesis. So a few things about, I'll be giving an overview for all of us about the tasks that relate to voice synthesis, both in TTS and singing voice synthesis. I will look at some basic pipelines for both systems, and then we go through some recent, the last 5 years approaches, and we'll conclude with some results. So, most of us, we experience TTS, we know very well, and the idea behind that is how to make computer talk in a natural way, like humans. And what is the input? The input data that we like to have our computer is called the text. And we may want to have the speaker identity to mimic the timbre of his voice, and as much as possible to incorporate in the naturalness of speech the human emotion. On the other hand, singing voice synthesis, again, the task is to generate and make computer sing like a human, of course. But as input, apart from the text, we have a musical score that the singer has to follow. So it's in terms of input, we don't have only text, but also have some musical score, and would like going from voice, which is in common tasks like TTS, we have the would like to combine the articulation with the prosody, and in speech we have much less variations than in singing. So, but on the other hand, we have, although it seems more difficult, following a tune or a melody, it's restricts the way of computational space, how to search and try to find the proper features for producing in an optimal way the singing voice synthesis. In music score, we have of course three, mainly the pitch contour that we have to follow as what are the tunes, the notes that we have to follow, the color of our tone, and of course the dynamics are related to how we vary our loudness. And we need to combine this, and following a typical discrete horizontal representation of the pitch contour, it produces very artificial way of singing voices, whereas having a more continuously way evolving curve for the pitch contour makes more natural. So in the pipelines, in text-to-speech, a typical pipeline for a neural-based approach, I would say, is to have the text as an input feature, and then represent, transform the textual information in a space of acoustic features. How would be like the male skeptical coefficients, and then we have a vocoder of going from these features back to the waveform, the audio waveform. In singing voice synthesis, the approach is also the same. We start with a number of features with input data, which can be text, and the music score that we have to follow. So we need the information, especially during training, about the alignment of phonemes with pitch and duration and onset of the music score. And this data go under another system which transforms this input data into, again, some acoustical feature representation. Okay, and at the end, we need to go back to the natural waveform, time waveform of the audio signal, and we use also a vocoder for going back from the acoustic representation back to the time signal. I will be talking some existing approaches, and actually those are in the last 5 years. They use modern techniques that have been tested, also tried out in text-to-speech systems. So the inspiration, the two fields borrows several techniques that are common. So starting with the one of the first works on the neural parametric singing voice synthesis. It is back in 2017. It's a bit blurry, I think. But the main architecture here, if you focus on the generation phase, we have the upper part, which is the training phase, and the down part, which is the generation phase. But if you focus here with the audio, starting with the audio, if you can forget for a moment the musical score and phonetic settings that are go in different blocks here, and focus on the audio signal. The block that I talked about, the transformer, and much of the work, the research work, needs to be done on this analysis part of the vocoder analysis here. And this part here is the vocoder for the synthesis. So this representation is much of the work that has been done. And for going from the parameter space, this work uses these word features, which are actually, we consider the harmonic, the spectral envelope of the harmonic part, the periodicity envelope, and we need to distinguish regions which are voiced or unvoiced. So this is, and in this approach, for just forget these two parts are also complicated networks, but much less complicated than this one. They are both share they take the same or a combination of the input, depending whether it's a musical score, the or the phonetic, the phonemes, the sequence of phonemes, and the audio. And both of them have an internal architecture which is based mainly on one-D convolution networks. But for the vocoder analysis block here that we have, as we said, we need to approximate 3 parameters, and the way it is done is like having 3 different networks of approaching each one of these parameters independently. But the dependence, although the training is done independently during generation, when we like to generate, we feed forward the output. We time delay for one sample or one frame. Actually, it's not sample, it's frames. And we delay the frames. Okay, I couldn't see it. We delay the frames by one, and they feed the harmonic spectral estimation of the envelope as an input to the periodicity envelope in order to produce the outcome. And all these networks take as input the input features that come here from the input audio signal of singing voice, and okay, and this network inside is the building block of the what you have studied recently in the literature, the WaveNet, which is auto-regressively takes samples and correlates with in time by using 1D convolutional, and these are dilated convolutional, so leaving one sample or power of 2 samples. And in the input, we don't have a 2D, but we have a sequence of separated channels. So all these input data are separated one time varying signal, and for each one we produce this one. And the interesting thing is, instead of okay, how we approach these 3 parameters that we said here, we want to produce the 3 parameters, and instead of we approximate actually the values by modeling, by approximating, by estimating a mixture of Gaussian values that produce the ideal outcome. And these are modeled as some distribution factors. Okay. Another thing. Apart from the voice and voice decision, which is Bernoulli actually the decision, the other two parameters, the pedagogic spectral envelope and the harmonicity spectral envelope, are produced with a mixture of those components. Okay, and the data that in this work are one male and one female voice for English songs. It's very little. But and of course the alignment for the phonemes and with the pitches was done with a forced aligner of hidden Markov models. And okay, the results are good. Are the first actually were among the first results of the paradigm for using WaveNet. It's quite computationally heavy, but they have very good improvement compared with the conventional up to that time HMMs. Another technique that was exploited. So the previous one was on WaveNet. Naturally, coming from image processing, we have the generative adversarial networks, the GANs, and one specific category are these Wasserstein networks, and these have the ability of avoiding during backpropagation effects of the gradient, of the zero gradient. Also here, the outcome of the network are the vocoder. The last part is also the word. So again, here we need to estimate those three functions. Okay, the harmonic envelope, the epidemiologic envelope, and the decision of voice and voice. And but as input here, you know, the GANs, they have two different networks that you need to train at the same time. One tries to generate a sample, so the sample that's generated is this, and then so this is the generator, and then you give the real sample as input with the sample that you produce with the generator to a network that needs to decide which whether it comes what the sample that comes randomly is produced by the generator or it is an actor. So this critique is the discriminator. It is called critique in the framework of the Wasserstein GANs. Again, this architecture is inspired by image processing techniques. So the generator is a network of UNet. So it has a, you see here how it goes here from the input space with a number of convolutional filters that increases the number of filters, but decreases the dimension because of the convolution. And you go to a latent space of the representation of this input, and then you go back. So it is encoding, decoding, and you produce what the target, what is the target here, are these acoustic features. And then we give with the real sample to the critic, to the discriminator, which is again a series of convolutional networks that goes down to a decision. And it's actually the first part of the generator. So the encoder of the generator we reproduce in terms of features in the critic network. So, and that was the first attempt for using the generative adversarial networks. They use it in a bigger database. Also, the producing some durations goes in the input here. Apart from the noise that we need to add, on. Okay. I was well, I didn't include sound examples. Very quickly, one of the, again here, what changes? We don't change the vocoder. The research is on the transformation from the input space to the latent space of the acoustic features. Here, but this is the first example that uses transformers. So it's also borrowed from, coming from natural language processing, but has been extended this way of transformers in image processing, but also in audio processing and speech signal processing. The thing here is, okay, we have 3 blocks, and the important thing is that you have an aligner here. So you need, in order to keep this information about the score and the duration of the model that you can produce, you need to feed this information up here, because the network will not be able, with this residual, the simple connections, is able to learn faster the parameters. Actually, this work uses this block. This FFT block is similar to the transformer block, and this is, but here it does the similar thing with the aligner, but uses the duration. So more or less is a similar technique. But the difference is that they have tried it in a much number more data used for this one, and they have much better results in comparison to the previous one. And the last one, it's very recent. It uses diffusion networks. Actually, also are the idea of diffusion is to model, what is like a spectrogram in the input, going in a latent space, and then coming back. So the diffusion is at every step you add noise to the input. You add noise, and this is the part, and you will find in the parametric space of at every step you produce a different representation. And actually, at the end, you need to go back in a way to the original representation. So it's like in the previous step, you need to mimic the distribution. So you do use also transformer blocks inside this probabilistic representation or statistical representation of the samples you have in the training data. Okay. What to take from here are the in terms of comparing the results here show that these approach performs better than the previous ones that I show you. And finally, some takeaways. TTS and singing voice synthesis, they serve many common components, architectures, and techniques, and there are many different tricks of twisting these systems that are very common. Datasets for singing voice are still not mature enough. So datasets are not available for doing, or they are small, or you need to produce your own dataset to do some good work in terms of having nice examples. And of course, we're talking about a single singer. And one of these previous approach, if you saw, the singer ID was encoded, so it was the first attempt to produce a system that is then you condition of the singer and you have singing voice. So there is space for improvement in especially for singing voice synthesis, and in terms of TTS, now the research is on emotional speech and acted speech. So thank you very much.
We would like to thank Vassilis Katsouros for a very interesting talk. And do you have questions?
What do you call? Have the coffee break. That's why you. I included in. Right. Sorry, I didn't include it in the presentation.
Had a question if you're doing actually a research at ILSP on the neural notebooks and synthesis, because I've seen a lot of literature review, but I don't know if you're in it for the moment, if you have any project.
Okay, research and projects are nice to have, but sometimes you do research without funding, external funding. Yes, we have developed the TTS systems, and we are working on the singing voice for producing, but we don't have data for Greek. So it's nice to have. What is nice to have?
Thanks for the nice summary of all the interesting projects. That was quite interesting. I would like to make 2 comments, maybe. In 2017, the first system you showed,
from UPF.
Jordi Bonada demonstrated that at IRCAM. The sound was very good. I mean, and what he said, in fact, was that the main limiting factor now is the world vocoder. Because you cannot, if you synthesize world vocoder features, you cannot become better than the world vocoder. And that is nevertheless a limitation.
Yes, yes.
And that's why I think today one would not, the last system doesn't use world vocoder features.
Exactly. You point that out. Yeah, exactly. This is very important in the quality at the end.
And you can then also, if you have the vocoder at the end, that means you can, even from the singing voice, singing that you produce, you can pass back the errors through the vocoder into the generator, and that improves, has the potential to significantly improve the result. So I think this is an important thing to keep in mind if you want to build such a system.
But it's difficult to do that. I mean, even in TTS, the vocoder is trained separately from the transformer, so to speak. So
there are two different kinds
two
of
different, yes, but
you have the end-to-end system.
At the end, you calibrate it, but initially you train it separately.
There are systems that you train also on the signal that you produce, and then you pass the gradient through everything. It costs more.
It costs more in terms of training.
Yeah, but also if you compare, you make the error on the MET spectrogram and the error on
yes,
just like aperiticity. You don't really know whether aperiticity error or it compares to a zero error in the perception.
Exactly.
Afterwards.
Exactly.
So the second thing I want to say.
So don't, yeah. Yeah.
We want to integrate the thing into our. Yeah, that was the second point. The Gonada system, in fact, they train on performance.
Exactly.
It is there the singer that they ask him to sing.
Exactly.
They train on these performances. That means if you come with a new new score, you will get the performance style of the singer.
Exactly.
You are not free to, as I told you yesterday, change the style because we have this separated out, and this is the conceptual difference that you also maybe want.
Yeah. Of course.
Do you want to repeat what the singer did in his style, or do you want to have freedom to control what comes out of time?
Yeah, you're very right that these systems are very restricted to the style of the singer because, I mean, it's very important. You cannot go beyond what you have been trained on. You need to do that on my computer or ah.
Okay, I just have a small question. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay.
Have you thought about inclusion of any physical models or physically informed approaches to improve some of the aspects, for example, prosodic things or
physically? Yeah, but as I said, you may have some so tricks. You can use some tricks for estimating, for example, during the alignment, or that you can exploit some physical modeling. But apart from that, these systems are good to leave it as they go. They are very complex computationally to incorporate inside these techniques some physical modeling. Yes.
And would artificial intelligence be helpful to overcome the complexity problem here?
Artificial intelligence is very complex systems. It's based on the complexity and the computational power that we need to train these systems are quite expensive. We have to admit that. But also data. We need data. And that's another very important. So once you have, once you have something in place, then you can think how you can, or you can twist it and see how you can vary it or make it more explainable.
We would like to thank again Vassilis Katsouros. And now we need 2 minutes to connect with Professor Graham Well from UCL, UK. And he will talk about visual feedback technologies for singing assistants. The talk will be online. Professor Graham Wells holds the UCL Institute of Education Established Chair of Music Education since 2001. He's elected chair of the internationally based Society for Education, Music and Psychology Research, a past president of the International Society for Music Education, and a past co-chair of the ISME Research Commission of ISME. He holds visiting professorship at the University of Queensland and within the UK at UEL, Liverpool, and recently Canterbury Christ Church University, Roehampton, and the Royal College of Music. He's also a member of the UK Arts and Humanities Research Council, Review College for Music.
All right. Can you hear me okay? Good. Wonderful to see you all, and happy Christmas to you. I'm very sorry I can't be with you. I've been rather tied up with exam. Slides to talk to you about, just about the kind of the principles of how you might use some of the wonderful new technologies for singing. So if someone allows me to share a screen on the, we can enable that, then I can just go through a few slides for you. Okay, super. Thank you very much. All right. So let's see if that works. Right. Okay. So here we are. Play. Right. I think that's all right. I can minimize myself. I think. Try with that. Just minimize myself. Okay. Right. Okay. So this is what I was my brief today for you to share a few ideas. So there are some kind of key concepts in terms of singing pedagogy and the use of technology, whatever counts as technology, whether it's old or new. First of all, the human body mind is an integrated system where we have the nervous, endocrine, and immune functions, which are all kind of working together in an integrated way. That is to say, the nervous functions relate to you, trying to make sense of my English at the moment on this Zoom screen. The endocrine system is your emotional system, how you experience and feel about the world. And your immune functions are keeping you alive while these other two things are going on. Another principle is multimodality, and this assumes that representation and communication between humans always draws on a multiplicity of modes, all of which contribute to the meaning of that communication. And this will include the senses such as vision, sound and touch, as well as gesture and language. I'm just switching that phone off. This is just a reminder of what the human body mind is like, where everything becomes integrated inside the brain. And learning, including learning to sing, whether you're a child or an older singer or an amateur or a professional, will involve all aspects of the human body mind, and also a variety of multimodal ways of experience. So the challenge for us as pedagogues in the field of education is trying to make sure that our experiences that we provide for our developing singers, whether, as I said, on a continuum, whether they're professional singers or whether they're beginners, whether they're children or adults, is to make sure that they understand what's going on, which is the nervous system, that they feel good about it through the endocrine system, and that we're also aware what their general health is like. Because if you're feeling a bit rough after your Christmas celebrations, for example, then your immune system will be threatened. This will affect how you feel and your ability to process information. So hence these things are important. Now, one of the things that I've looked at over the years is what you might call traditional pedagogy in a singing studio sense. So often you have a kind of model, whether it's a pitch model or a timbre model or a language model, whatever it is. And then you ask your student to make a response. And in the light of that response, you provide feedback known as knowledge of results in the field of psychology. And this feeds forward, if you like, to the next task. And what we know about this kind of learning from the psychology literature is that there are critical periods in time. And that is to say, how long does it take for you to provide the feedback? And if you can imagine that if you're a kind of learner singer and you've sung a whole phrase or you've sung a verse of something or half a page of something, and then you're given some feedback, which is some way after that particular response. The critical thing is how quickly you're able to act on that information. So there are two critical periods in learning if you're a teacher trying to provide feedback in a studio or classroom setting. Real-time pedagogy, which is where your technology comes in, is that as soon as someone starts making a response, they get feedback and knowledge of results. And this can feed into their next response. And they will get instant feedback again. And my kind of everyday example of this is to encourage you to think about how people learn to drive a car. The most unlikely people seem to learn to drive a car. And this is because the feedback is instantaneous. As soon as you move the wheel, as soon as you touch one of the pedals, things happen. And this is a very powerful learning environment, which is why people have become interested in how we can use technology in a real-time, pedagogical sense. Now, I just wanted to share with you just a few examples. With David Howard and some other colleagues a few years ago, we had some funding from one of the research councils to develop a feedback singing system for singing. This is going back a few years now. And in essence, here you can see a chorister from Wells Cathedral, a teenager, quite an accomplished singer, who was actually being assessed at this time. And you can see that it's possible to pick up a variety of different bits of information about the vocal product. So you've got the spectrum, and I suspect Johan's already been talking about that with you, which is the relative power in real time of the kind of the key harmonics, the formant areas of the voice. And you can see this in the middle image, where the kind of the stronger peaks, if you like, over time are being portrayed on the screen in those slightly darker band areas. You can also see that the singer in this particular instance has some vibrato, because those dark lines singing whatever these phrases are not absolutely straight, but they are moving up and down, suggesting that there is a vibrato. And also there's a frequency contour, which you can see there. So someone is trying to sustain a particular pitch round about a concert A 440, but you can see that there are a few kind of dips as well. This is another example of how at that time we were devising this system and looking at it. So this is someone that's being asked to sing E on the vowel E and just to sing a simple arpeggio as a male. And you can see in the images at the bottom as to whether or not this is a kind of professional singer projecting their voice as they might on a concert stage, with quite a rich amount of harmonics, compared with the same singer being asked to do it in a rather non-projective, rather more like an amateur singer production, if you like. And you can see the difference, instantly see the difference in the richness of the vocal output. And you can also look at the relative elements in terms of how accurate the pitches are. And you can also look at, again, at the extent of the vibrato, if that's what you want to do. Another program called Sing and See, which is developed by a guy called William Thorpe in New Zealand, I found to be quite useful because it's quite intuitive to use. This is just an example. I'll show you a more detailed example in a minute. But you can see in that trace against a keyboard that the adult singer has just got to a pitch which is G sharp 3 in the bass stave, and you can also see below some kind of acoustic output in terms of the relative power of the voice. And this system, this piece of software, was given to different groups of undergraduate student teachers in Hong Kong in this study to see if they could improve their singing over 12 weeks. The students were all intending to become classroom secondary school music teachers, but the professors in charge of their program were concerned about their singing ability. And so they were, a group of them were given this program to play with over a period of 12 weeks. And in this paper by Sam Leung in Hong Kong and his colleague, this demonstrated that the regular use of this kind of program over a 12-week period, with the students just using it on their own, was quite a kind of powerful system. One of my doctoral students I was chatting to this week, she's been looking at the aging voice in terms of professional singers. And one of the things that we've been looking at this week in her data analysis is vocal onsets in singing. And so the little task that she created for older singers, age 60 plus, all female, was borrowed from or applied from the Estelle method. And so you can see the words there, how are you? And how are you? Right. So let me just come out of that. My labels. Yeah. So that one. So trying to do this too late at night is the trouble. Right. Well, joys of technology. And an older brain, that's the trouble. Right. Here we are. Try again. Yes. So this is a professional singer demonstrating how you might sing on the pitch A, how are you? And you can see that there's that how, you've got that little bit of breath right at the very beginning in the aspirate version. Then you've got the glottal, which has this very clear attack. And then you has a smoother onset. And in the images below, this is an older female singer, an amateur singer. And these are 4 measures of the same singer over 2 years. So you can see, if you look at the left-hand side, that the leftmost image there is the pitch that she's been given. So she's been given an A from a keyboard. And that's what that A looks like with those very clear gaps. And then she's trying to produce how are you on the pitch A440. And you can see that the 3 responses are not terribly clear. And then several months later, she was assessed again. In the meantime, having vocal teaching and lots of studio opportunities. And then in the 3rd image, as we're moving to the right, you can see that it's getting a bit cleaner, but she still hasn't got this glottal attack quite right yet. But if you look at the last image, this is after 2 years of regular singing lessons, you can see that her response is not much different from that of the professional singer. So this is lots of good news. First of all, from a pedagogical perspective, it's telling us that you can work with older voices successfully, that despite their age and despite the fact that they are aging and getting older, actually the quality of their singing voices can be improved by systematic, effective teaching. So that's just a nice little example, and I'm very grateful to Rebecca Mosley Morgan for letting me share this with you. In almost my last example, this is from a school not far away from where I work, just north of the Institute of Education. And here you can see Phoebe in 3 of these images. And Phoebe is a teacher, a specialist teacher of early years singing, who also has been using this Sing and See program. And she's been working in this primary school with deaf and hearing impaired children. It's an unusual school insofar as it's an ordinary mainstream school, but in every year group, there's a deaf and hearing impaired unit, where children are taught alongside their kind of mainstream neurotypical peers. And you can see Phoebe and a colleague in the top right-hand image. What she's doing is just drawing on a whiteboard as a tool and using her voice while she's actually doing that, whatever that drawing is, as an image of how pitch might change. And you can imagine that if you're normal hearing, that you wouldn't find this too difficult, perhaps, to match her voice as she's drawing. But the Singer C version, you can see it at the bottom, does this in real time for you. So let me just see if I can find this for you. Right, so share a different one. So here we are. So as I'm speaking to you at the moment, I hope you can see that all of my vocal outputs are being tracked at the top in terms of relative pitch, and also being tracked in terms of pitch in this particular scale. And one can kind of change the scale if you want to, and make it smaller or larger. And if you wanted to then start singing with my rather croaky voice, and that's what the pitch trace might look like. But if you wanted it as a spectrogram in real time, this is what you're singing. And so on. And you can see in real time the onset, you can see the various harmonics and relative strength of the harmonics in this. And it's also possible to have a combined image. So you can see the relative power of the harmonics, the formants on the left-hand side of the image. You can also see the pitch of my voice as it's moving along. And you can see the real-time relationship of energy in the bottom. So that if I went, it's a bit croaky, this winter catching me out at the moment. These are just examples using this particular program. There are other programs that one can use, but I've found this particular program, Sing and See, to be quite, as I said, intuitive, and children enjoy it. And we've got lots of evidence of the deaf and the hearing impaired children using it, as well as other older singers, older children, and also children, adolescent children going through voice change. So as you will be aware that there are challenges of, as the vocal folds grow during adolescence, that for the female in particular, these can get more breathy. For the male of the species, this can certainly become, the changing voice can be quite unstable. The important thing about the use of technology is that you can apply it to the individual or to the group. But for younger children, it's wonderful for them to just be able to play with their voice on a screen and actually see what's going on. I mean, Johan and his colleagues have a wide variety of different technologies that they use in singing analysis, but these can also be applied in a studio setting should you want to. to show the singer what their voice is doing and how you might want to use that information in real time to bring about change. You as the teacher suggesting, well, have you thought about doing it like this? Now try this, now try this. And it's quite an important tool for professional singers. And as in the example I gave of the voice onsets, if you want to keep track of your singers and how they are actually developing over time, this is also a very useful tool to give you an opportunity to see how someone is singing today. And as a result of several lessons, how they have changed or not changed or whatever. But it's such a rich learning environment. So I hope that little introduction has been somehow useful. So thank you very much. You can see I'm all dressed up for Christmas. It's -3 here at the moment in England.
Dear Graham, Professor Wells, this is Anastasia Georgaki. Thank you very much for your wonderful introduction. And please stay connected because after we're going to present our research for the ASMA tools, being inspired by your fantastic program that you have done in this UK in, I think, 2008, 2010, something like that. You have applied all these visual feedback techniques at the elementary school. And I would like just to thank you very much for your participation. Just to ask you a question, if this program works now, if there are teachers that can continue this technique in the schools, if they are trained and they can understand how useful is it for the children to understand how they can.
Yeah. Well, in the primary school, I got William Thorpe, the designer. He gave me a free copy, which I put on the school's server system. So Sing and See is in every classroom on their whiteboard. So every teacher can use it if they want to, for the children to play and just play with their voices, whether they have got a hearing impairment or not. So it's not, the software isn't expensive and it's designed for Windows. And I'm showing it to you on a Mac. He's adapted it for Apple. But it's a very simple system. I just find it very intuitive and useful. And children seem to understand it. They love the idea of just playing with their voices. I mean, they start laughing. That's the first thing. So going back to my human body mind, it's a very engaging tool, you know, and kids are very used to technology these days.
This is fantastic. Of course, we have gone to another technique because we use Greek language, and we had problem using CNSync because we have to transfer all the Greek vowels in that and the Greek words. And our project also focuses how trained are the teachers in school in order to understand the spectrograms. And I don't know if
there is if you get this kind of software, there is a simple little manual. But you don't need to be able to understand all of the acoustic elements, if you like. The student's version is a very simple version, essentially, that's focused on pitch and melody. And the teacher's version has these kind of extra features, so that if you wanted to look at aspects of performance tuning, for example, or if you're working with the professional singers or in a studio setting, then you get the teacher version, which has these extra elements, so that you can look at some of the acoustics. But when we did some research with our own system, which is very similar, in private singing studios, what we found was that each teacher had particular features that they liked, that kind of worked for them. Once they'd explored the menu, they were particular. So we saw, for example, that kind of moving the spectrographic image that one of our professional singing teachers working with an undergraduate was using it to look at her breathing, looking at where she was, because suddenly there was a gap in the signal where she was taking a breath. But she wasn't aware that she was taking a breath within this phrase, and the breath wasn't appropriate. She also wasn't aware in real time how she was mistuning some of the upper pitches, which were a little bit more difficult for her, because she was actually changing her posture.
Yeah, yeah.
And this was affecting these upper harmonics. But she could actually see it as the screen was moving, and so could the teacher. So it was a really useful, real-time tool.
Thank you very, very much for your participation. And if you want to see our work, stay connected. We have a live streaming. If you have time to listen to what we have done, it's going to be perfect. So thank you very much.
Right.
Dear Graham, thank you very much. This is Malte Koop speaking. I have seen the software earlier, but I could not find it anymore on the internet. Is it still available somewhere?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't pick that up because your signal's breaking up from Athens.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Malte Koop.
Could you say that again?
Yes. This is Malte Koop speaking, and I have used and seen your software earlier. I think it was in 2004. But is it still available? I could not find it on the internet.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I still didn't get that. So I think the sound connection isn't very good, unfortunately.
Okay. Is the software still available on the internet for download?
Yes, yes. All of these, if you just Google,
I tried, and
these
I
kind
did
of
not
products.
find it. I could not find it. The web page is offline.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, the various software packages are all easily available, and there is a proper website on singandsee.com or something.
Okay, thank you. It was found. Thank you.
Hello, Graham. Johan here, Sandberg, Stockholm, Sweden. Great talk, and I was wondering, glottal was the type of onset that you showed, and what is the type of, is it closed glottis starting from closed glottis, or is it starting subglottal pressure and glottal adduction at the same time, or what was your definition of glottal?
With that particular piece of software, which hasn't been it hasn't been developed recently since the original iteration, we were given the funding in essence to see if we could combine a range of things that could be used in a singing studio as a kind of matter of principle. And we did have part of it where we were, David Rossiter, one of the team working with David Howard at York, he did a projection of the vocal tract. So in which, as the vocal tract was actually changing shape from the lips back here, you could actually see that in a linear version that was kind of doing this on the screen. That was one of the screen options. The singers from a pedagogical sense, the singers didn't find it terribly useful. But it was an interesting exercise to try to do that. But we had no kind of formal measure of subglottal pressure, as you would understand it.
Okay. But it sounds quite differently if you do
Okay.
and ha, and ha, ha. That's
Yes.
the onset is quite different in the three types of onset. Okay. And
yes, I mean, these are important subtle differences. And I think from a pedagogical perspective, one would, as the teacher, you would want to explore different types of software to find the most appropriate piece of software that helps you with enabling your student to discriminate what it is that you've just demonstrated, for example. Becky, who I showed you with the onsets, she was using Voce Vista Pro as her software display system. But it was as much also for her to understand what the singers were doing. Because she was looking at how the female voice ages, and in a pedagogical sense, can you do anything about it?
And a major advance of the real-time feedback is, of course, that you could see what is happening with the sound, and therefore get more awareness of what you are doing, how it feels to do this and how it feels to do that, and then enjoy the enjoyment of seeing something happen that you could control on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Johan.
Thank you.
All right, lovely to see you all. Have a wonderful conference. I've now got to get into school, unfortunately. All right, Christmas nativity. All right.
So here we are to the final session of this workshop. Thank you very much for being here with us. And of course, thank you very much our special invited who came to listen to what we are doing here in Athens and present also their current research on the analysis and synthesis of the thinking voice. So I would like to tell you that even I think it's 2 years and a half before, during the COVID, I think we have been accepted in order to make a project named ASMA. ASMA in Greek, it means song. So it's assistance for students in thinking and music aesthetics. And so there, it's a national research project, ELIVEC, and we have created this site that you can enter and find everything about the asthma. And first of all, of course, you can find this workshop here. And you can also find the keynote speakers and their CV and the program. And of course, you're going to find in the future the PDFs of all these presentations. So here you can also find oral publications about the asthma project. And I'm going directly to the presentation because we don't have enough time, and show you what we have done in this asthma project. Full screen is here. Okay. Let's see if it works. Okay. So, as I told you, the asthma tool, the asthma program is a program that has been developed at the Laboratory of Music, Acoustics and Technology. So if you want to see our publications about the thinking voice, you can go directly to labmat.music.ua.gr and the ELIVEC research project. What's the asthma program? It's an interdisciplinary research towards the new pedagogy of the singing voice in the classroom through instruction of the anatomophysiology of the singing voice apparatus, the singing acoustic parameters, visual feedback techniques, and of course, in the future, we would like to integrate computational aesthetics of different singing styles and practices, as also educational aspects through data mining on the personalized model of learning. This is the reason we have invited experts from both areas, and I would say from three different areas. The one is the analysis of the singing voice and the science of the singing voice that has to do with the function of the vocal apparatus during singing. Professor Johan Sundberg, Professor Malte Kobb, the biometrics of the singing voice, Professor Claudia Manfredi, as also people that have been implicated in the singing voice pedagogy through visual feedback, Professor Graham Welch, as also people from machine learning techniques, which is going to be the future for education. Our friend from Axel Rebel from IRCAM and Vassilis Katsouros, and also the team from the medicine school that will tell us that in the future we must see in which way we can instruct to the teachers to see if they can train the children the earliest they can in order to have to position better their voice, because the earliest the better. If you are 13 years old, after you have already lost the game. So the main goals of this project is the development of innovative tools that my collaborators will show you immediately for singing assistance, but we have not yet created the platform. We have only the toolkit box. But which is the difference from what Professor Wells has presented to us is that till now, as he said, they have visual feedback techniques, but they must pay for that. Maybe you can find Sync and See in the internet, but imagine how difficult it is for the teacher in the classroom to present a software, download it, and after know how to present it to the students. So here we have created tools for the Greek language in tempered and non-tempered scales for training, because the Greeks listen with 2 ears. The one ear is very well tempered, and the other ear is Byzantine scales, traditional scales, Oriental scales. And what we listen to our daily music is the second one. So we must see why in the schools the children can sing better in non-tempered than in tempered scales. This is another experiment. And of course, we're going to present in which way we can visualize and restore the singing information, because it's going to be a data set, as you say also, for the future. And like that, we could develop machine learning techniques, and the child in the future can also have a lot of solutions in order to sing better by the AI. The problem here is the usability by teachers and students, because here in Athens, in Greece, music, not singing, in the classroom is only 1 hour per week. So this is very difficult. It's very important to say that we must instruct children to sing, because like that, they can self-express. They can express themselves. And second, they must learn to dance. Otherwise, in this digital era, they are going to be the slaves of the social media. And this is a big problem for the future. This is the reason you see children that are like that. And when you ask them, sing me a song, they don't know what to sing. They're confused. So ASMA, we thought that in the future that we are going to, a second research program, create a big platform, will include singing voice pedagogy, acoustics of the singing voice, anatomy and physiology of the voice, perception of the singing voice. I said all this music, physics, biology, because in the interdisciplinary teaching in schools, if we have better coordination with the teachers. Even at the lesson of biology, they can sing, they can teach how the vocal cords function. This is very important for the hygiene of the voice. So the objectives, as I said, is the investigation of music educational issues towards the cultivation of the singing voice practices, the analysis of the socio-educational conditions in the 21st century elementary education, technology, multiculturalism, special education needs. For example, the first application of ASMA tools will be applied in January in a class of Roma children. And this is very important. The Roma children, they know how to sing. They don't sing in a tempered scale. So we must see how they are going to accept all these new technologies and which are going to be the results. Just for the state of the art, we are aware of that. We have produced 3-4 papers, and you can find them at the asma.music.voa.gr. It's very important to use all the papers about the science of the thinking voice, visual feedback thinking pedagogy, which is also the main cue of our toolkit box, but also be aware of the machine learning techniques for the future model of music pedagogy in schools, because we are going to see that children in 4 or 5 years, they will have their tablets and they can also get the education by themselves with you don't leave the teacher, you have your teacher, but he tells you, can you exercise like ear training at home and get better? So till now, we have a lot of visual feedback software for thinking training. Graham Welch has showed us Voce Vista, which is a fantastic program, and we use it for the analysis of the voice. Think and See. WinThinkAD, which was the project of Howard and Welch. Kanda Thinking Coach. Melodyne, we use it a lot in order to find the micro intervals in traditional music, and many other. And here you have all these visualization techniques that have whatever has to do with the spectrum, the spectrograms, the waveform, and especially the pitch contours. We have also created the software 8 years ago, 7 years ago, yes, Phonaskin, and has been presented in 2 conferences with another PhD student. And now we will change that and we go further to another research. This is a Voce Vista, and we have seen how Graham has told us how can you see the breathy flow, natural, firm, and precede voice. And this is very useful also for the teachers. Here there are things that have to do with formants and things that have to do with formants and the use of the vocal tracks. This is the model of the pipelines model for the electrical engineering and modeling of the voice, the lungs, the pharyngeal cave, the nasal cavity and oral cavity. And let's go to what we are going to present now, which are the ASMA innovative tools. First of all is the guidebook for teachers, which explains the anatomy, physiology, warm-up exercises for teachers. It is in English. We're going to translate it also in Greek, but we have done it in English because we think that in the future, we're going to develop a network for giving more tools and platforms for the teachers all over Europe, regardless the language. And it's very important to learn the teachers how they can say to the child, come and warm up your voice, warm your voice, know how to breathe, etc. The second is the analysis of qualitative characteristics of the thinking voice. So the other team is going to present the phonetic map, one for each student, the phonetograms, and breathiness and nasality. And Natalia Kotsani and Evangelos Angelakis have worked a lot on that. And of course, we have the warm-up tools where Evangelos Angelakis, Georgos Dedousis, and Sofia Stavropoulou have worked on the vocal tuner and tools for rhythm exercise and singing intonation. Georgos Dedousis is the specialist for designing these tools. And of course, we have the team of Areti Andreopoulou, who has worked on the augmented choir instruction, which includes also room acoustics. And this is very important for the education of the child. So it's very important through these tools to have an awareness and control of the qualitative characteristics of the singing voice. First of all, as Johan said many times, why we are doing the analysis of the singing voice. And we want to know, first of all, how to control the voice. This is very important. So we speak about self-awareness. This is the most important. It's also very important for the acoustics of the music instruments. If you know how your trumpet works, you're going to play it better. And it's the same for the singing voice, but I think the earliest you learn that, the easiest will be in the future. So we must instruct children from 8, 9, 10 years old to breathe, to use better their vocal folds and their vocal cavity, to articulate better. And they need new tools for that because we live at the digital era. And I think that it's going to be better for them to have a virtual partner accompanied by their teacher at home in their mobile tablet or the tablet in order to earn time, because in school they don't have time to do all that stuff. So it's very important, as we said yesterday, how we control the air through neuromuscular exercises, how we control the vocal cords, how the child can understand the vocal range profile of his voice, and after how they can control the articulation, the formants, and they can get rid of the nasality and the hoarseness. Of course, there are not so many children that use hoarseness. Sometimes you can find them, and there you can find that there is a pathology behind that is hidden. So we must find out all that stuff. The perspectives on the development of the ASMA interactive platform is that now we are going to show you the tool kit box with all the software, small plugin softwares that we have created. But in the future, we would like to develop a platform, an interactive environment, which includes applications addressed to teachers and students, and where you can have a camera and see also the facial control of the voice, as Claudia has showed that. But everything we want to create is how we can persuade the Ministry of Education to have that in every school without paying. And this is the most important, to create a software that's open source and all the teachers can download it without paying. And this is our purpose for the future, to go to the Ministry of Education and say, okay, there is a need that the children must learn how to speak and sing better, because it's going to be very useful for the future in order to be teachers, singers, whatever. You must know how to control your voice. And now, just to finish, I would like to introduce you to the ASMA research team. I am the supervisor, and for the acoustic assessment on vocal pedagogy, singing in the school classroom, education and aesthetics, we have in our team Jacob Steinhauer, who is assistant professor in music aesthetics, and he tried to find out if we can go from singing aesthetics to computational singing aesthetics. We will see. Yeah, Jacob, what you have understood about that, but you have said also in many meetings we had how important it is for the children to sing, because it's health. When they sing, it's health, and now they don't sing anymore. This is a big problem. They listen to all kinds of music, they're confused, but they cannot use their lungs and their vocal cords to sing. Evangelos Angelakis, who is an opera singer and a PhD student in our department, but he's also a singing tutor. He has created with Sofia Stavropoulou, who is a school music teacher and postdoc researcher, this very special guide for preparing the teachers how they are going to instruct the students to sing. Of course, this is a dream, because for the moment, I don't know if they can do that in 1 hour during the school classroom, but we will push the government in order to obtain more hours for thinking and self-expression. For the development of technological tools for the ASMA project, the leader was Areti Andreopoulou, who is assistant professor in our department in music technology, and she's specialist in signal processing and music acoustics, but also 3D auditory display. Natalia Kotsani is our collaborator, and she is working at the NKUA, National Technical University of Athens, and she's a specialist in music and machine learning, and she's also a PhD candidate. And George Dedousis, he is a musicologist, music teacher, but he has also studied computer science, and he is a PhD candidate in our department. So I welcome my team. Thank you very much for your support. Bravo. And we hope that in the future, these ASMA tools will be open for many people in a big platform, in a special platform, which will be accessible from all the students, because first of all, if you want to speak about democracy in a state, you speak about the health system and the education system. Thank you very much. And Jacob Steinhauer, he will speak about the aesthetics of the singing voice. And as he's a scholar, he is not going to use the PowerPoint presentation.
No technology for 10 minutes. Analog stuff. Very. Oh, pardon. Some. Very briefly, I would like to give you some aesthetic ideas related to the ASMA project. The study of singing in elementary schools is essential not only as a part of musical education, but also of an aesthetic one, as an instrument to shape the students' character, to cultivate their linguistic, creative, emotional, and social development and accomplishment. The research of numerous curricula from various European and non-European countries indicates that teaching singing is one of the main axes of musical education and a way for pupils to achieve personal prosperity. Even more, through participation in small vocal school ensembles, students can learn to appreciate the value of cooperation, participation, and communication. Therefore, vocal cultivation, both on a personal and on an interpersonal level, should be the base of musical training in elementary schools. The singing voice is, of course, part of the body, produced by body parts. As a part of the body, the voice stands for the subject more directly than any other instrument. Indeed, so tied to the body is the voice that even when disembodied, hearing a recorded voice, we easily identified it as belonging to a particular subject. Despite all the subjectivity of the voice, a canon for the good voice has developed over the centuries and through the influence of Western civilization. The pure, good tone of the bourgeois children's voice of the 19th century England was, according to an English contemporary, not only that kind of sound which satisfies the educated ear, but also a refined and cultured sound.
But tone, conversely, was rough and vulgar. After training, the singing of workers' children became refined, delicate, even perfect. For the contemporary, English contemporary. But how is the situation today? Is it easy in the multicultural society of today to transfer the criteria of Western singing to all singing styles of the different people of the world? Wouldn't the question of the right singing voice rather be a question of the appropriate singing voice? Can objective criteria be set up to clearly distinguish the beautiful from the ugly voice? As Johann Sundberg remarks, I quote Sundberg, the ugliness does not appear to be solely related to singing widely out of tune. Rather, it seems affiliated with the voice timbre. This raises the fascinating question why a voice timbre can be ugly in itself. However, the functionality of the voice, the correct use of the vocal apparatus seems for the same author to be an objective criterion. I quote again, a constant use of hyperfunctional phonation is likely to limit the singer's range of timbral variation which would be needed for the purpose of expression. Against this background, it is tempting to speculate that part of the criteria of timbral beauty in a singer's voice do not emerge from a randomly developing cultural tradition, but rather are rooted in the acoustic conditions under which singers create their vocal path. End quotation. The limitation of expressiveness seems to be a central criterion for determining a voice as beautiful or ugly. The ability to vocally produce a wide range of expressive characters as possible is an important prerequisite for a beautiful voice. Furthermore, since the singing voice is not simply expression, but expression of something, namely expression of a piece of music, being expressive means not only being expressive per se, but having the ability to adapt to the content of the music. One does not necessarily have to think of the singing technique of techniques of new music, which requires the performers to cough, gasp, think with their mouths closed, etc., to be able to defend the thesis that flexibility of expression, even their limitation, is an important characteristic of the beautiful voice in the aesthetic sense. According to Peter Kivi's cognitivist theory of musical expression, the notion of similarity is a key concept. An expressive piece of music, according to Kivi, has significant similarities to the expressive behavior of a human being. A happy person naturally moves in a completely different way than a sad person. Respectively, we can find similar differences in pieces of music. A happy piece of music may have a lively rhythm, its melody jumps upwards, its harmonic structure may be rather simple, and its timbre is somewhat bright, clear, and luminous. In a similar way, one can also explore the problem of the expressiveness of the voice. A beautiful voice is one when the singer has the ability to adapt, to imitate the expressive qualities of the music. The possibility of establishing a similarity between the singing voice and the musical content can be considered a central criterion for the beautiful voice. During the limited duration of a school course, music teachers are often required to teach students how to sing properly while attempting to resolve various problems regarding pitch, precision, volume, diction, but also expression. This is almost impossible as time is not little, as little is so little, and students are so many and have different needs. Thus, technology and more precisely interactive voice tools can assist in solving many of these problems, as they have been found to reduce teaching time, give prompt results, and consist a powerful incentive for today's students who are particularly familiar with their use. As the first part of the wide-ranged project of ASMA, examining the role of technology and the possibilities of its utilization in music education and designing, planning, and implementing a digital platform for vocal training is designed to give elementary teachers all the theoretical information and instructions tools they need to help their students develop and understanding also in aesthetical sense use their singing voice. The digital support platform for singing pedagogy, ASMA, consisting of real-time visual feedback applications, which could be installed on computers, tablets, smartphones, enable users to monitor their performance in real time, also during the imitation of singers. As skill and confidence grow, the young singer can understand how to work within a style, but still build a sound that is their own. The teacher can help students to understand this, exposing them to recordings and visual representation in a given genre and discussing aspects that are the same or different among them. The direct comparison assists them in comprehending the results of their actions quickly, with the consequence of a faster learning process. The members of ASMA ascribe to a philosophy that places children at the heart of the education process in order to maximize the efforts by ensuring that the following factors are present in the classroom. A learning process which is developed within the personal, physical, social, and intellectual context of the learner. Mimetic learning possibilities based on visualization tools, effective learning of singing as a combination of technical and aesthetical capabilities, and interactions among students, teachers, parents, and community. Thank you very much.
So, my name is Evangelos Angelakis. As you heard, I'm an opera singer and a vocal trainer. And I also have done my master's and my PhD on vocal pedagogy through Stanford and interactive platforms. And I'm going to talk to you about vocal training for elementary school music teachers, and why do we need it, and what's the role of the ASMA project on that, and what I did on this respect. So why do we need elementary music teachers to be vocally trained? Is it a need, and why? And what are the problems in that respect? So for the first part, I agree with the colleagues that said that the voice is the result, as Papathanassiou said, of neuromuscular actions. And it requires the precise coordination of parts of an extremely complex mechanism, kinetic mechanism, it's movement, that involves the breathing system, the larynx, and the articulatory system. And all of these are coordinated by the brain. And remember, this happens whether we speak in a conversation, whether we do a lecture, act, or we sing. Of course, there's the special case of opera singers, which is not our project for that, but being an opera singer, and because we talked about opera singers, I would like to share with you their special case on this respect of the system. And the best way I believe to do that is using the audio of the late Anna Russell as with a view of singer lecturing other singers. And you can hear words. Oh, we don't have audio? No?
In fact, one of the reasons that you have such a great voice is that you have resonance where your brains ought to be.
They have no brains, that's why they have good voices. Opera singers. So, education of elementary school music teachers is the following: it's either conservatory training or it's university education, but these do not involve most of the time vocal training. So what is vocal education? It is the way, the quest to promote consciousness and control of the vocal mechanism and to remove harmful habits that these mechanisms have and replace them with new ones that are better suited and according to what the purpose of the training is. And this has to do a lot with mimicking, with auditory neurons and how our brain perceives and copies some of the information it hears. And so it is based very much on imitating models and the vocal trainer or other voices we hear. So a music teacher is a kind of a model for his students. And he uses the voice inside the classroom, first of all, to communicate with students. And if he has problems, or she has problems with her voice, then the problem is that people, and in a noisy classroom especially, it may impede spoken language perception, processing, and this can be attested by Professor Cobb as well, who is part of this paper. He uses it, or she uses it to teach music, to sing, to teach songs, and to coach and conduct the school choir. So music teachers use and need to use their voice efficiently. So as we already discussed, there are problems inhibiting our normal voice production in our era. And these are factors that from stress and speaking all the time, reflux, the soundscape, dietary habits, and of course, as we said again, it's aging and illnesses and so on. So our vocal instruments are misused. They're not in a great shape, to say the least. And there are two types of vocal problems inside the classroom. One is the teacher's problem, the general health and their overload because of the profession. And the other is the student's problem. This has been found in various studies to have dysphonia from 37 to 87%. That's too high. And the conditions that can obstruct the music lesson process is the vocal level of the teacher, or the large number of the students and the non-uniform level of singing of the students. The frequency and duration, as Professor Giorgaki said, which is very low. The classroom and ambient noise, the issues of the classroom, acoustic issues, lack of equipment, and the music teacher has a defined role in music and cannot suddenly become something that he has never studied, a vocal expert or a vocal instructor. So the music teacher's voice is a model, a guide for the students, but he tries to do this work in, let's say, non-ideal conditions. So what can be improved? How can we assist today? We can help by educating, vocally educating teachers, edify them on children's voice particularities. They have to know, and Sofia Stavropoulou will tell you more about that. To train teachers to identify when they hear symptoms of vocal problems, their own or the students, and encourage them to refer them or themselves to visit a specialist. Give them vocal health advice to keep the health and the children's health, not push anything. Educate them more on vocal side, vocal subjects, develop specialized tools, as we are discussing today. And for the future generations of music teachers, incorporate vocal training in their curricula, familiarize them with new technologies, give them, improve the conditions, and create expertise to support them. So what the ASMA project is doing for that is a twofold thing. The first is the area I was most involved with is a guidebook of proper vocal practice for the teacher. So the manual structure is the following. It's divided into three main parts. The first is the interdisciplinary analysis of the vocal instrument, with a practical connection of the voice with anatomy, physiology, acoustics, and linguistics, a review of the particularities of children's voices and capabilities, list of vocal problems, and the second part was voice in the school classroom via speech and singing and learning theories for singing at school, the psychology of singing, a methodological approach for vocal training, and practical tips for vocal health. The third and final part of this manual is basic elements of vocal education, such as exercises for the awareness of the vocal mechanism, for them to understand where it was and how do we breathe, and where is the diaphragm, where is the larynx, what's the vocal folds, and how do we produce vowels or consonants more consciously. Exercise for articulation and breathing intonation. Exercise to promote control of this part. Vocal warm-up, elementary full classroom repertoire, a practical application of technology in the music lesson through these tools that we are developing, and issues regarding vocal expressivity, aesthetics, and ethics. The second part is what the second team of Areti, Andreopoulou, Natalia, Kotsani, and Georgos Dedousis will talk about is the scientific research and development of digital applications in the CD classroom. So that was my first presentation. Thank you for your attention. I don't know if you have any questions as Sofia set up her laptop. It will be uploaded. We just need some copyright issues with some of the images, some corrections on some minor things, minor details, and it will be uploaded on our ASMA site. Yes, of course.
We have a little problem with my presentation. But I'm not going to say something different from Mr. Angelakis because I've worked with Mr. Angelakis and Mr. Steinhauer for the creation of a guidebook. And um, I'm going to speak from the point of view of an active music teacher, as I'm a music teacher in the elementary school for at least 12 years now. And my PhD was on singing, real-time singing software and their use in the classroom, and if they can help the students to ameliorate their speech. So I would like to give you some examples from the music classroom, because when you work with children at the age of 6 to 11 and 12 years old, you have to face many problems with their singing voices, because their singing voices are usually poor pitch. They have poor pitch. They don't know how to use their registers. They have weak voices, no resonance. They do not know how to use their respiratory system. Their voices are unstable, and they have limited vocal range. Towards the music teacher, children have a passive behavior. Usually, most of the time, they have a passive behavior, and towards singing, they lack concentration, and they do not have motives to sing in the classroom. As we already said, a music teacher has limited time. Limited time to for the singing instruction in the classroom. Εντάξει, μόνο τα παραδείγματα να βάλετε. No. We have limited time because we only have 1 hour for each class per week. The elementary music classroom has also many technical problems. We lack the equipment, the technical equipment. We do not have the right acoustics, and we have too much noise usually. So singing instruction without proper singing voice education can cause damage, as you know. So I would like to present to you some examples from the classroom. I had a picture that shows a typical Greek elementary music classroom, a typical classroom. We do not have a different classroom for music instruction. We use the same classroom with the other teachers. We share the same classroom. So we have many problems in order to instruct singing. So most of the time we come across to special voice problems with children, such as problems with the use of the register and a weak voice, because the children cannot understand how to use their registers and how to produce a beautiful sound. But they, sorry, I lost my, because I have to show something. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just going to present to you the audio example. That's the first example is a weak voice and bad use of the register. That's a very weak child voice. The other example is an example with pitch accuracy. Many children sing like this.
Θάλασσα, θάλασσα τους θαλασσινούς, θάλασσάκι μου.
This was an example from the pitch accuracy. And this is the last is a vocal exploration example that shows that the child does not understand how to change the pitch of her voice. When you say when you say to him to change pitch, he does not understand, and he increases the volume of his voice. So that's a very typical problem that we have. And another problem is that the children cannot distinguish the speaking from the singing voice. And we have to do a lot of exercises to help the children distinguish the singing and the speaking voice. I'm going to show you a typical Greek classroom choir. Αυτό το βίντεο πες. Okay. So that is a video from a typical Greek elementary school choir. but we don't have the chance to have special choir lessons, to have additional time to work with the school choir. We only work for an anniversary, for something special, for a special event at the elementary school. So singing is a very rare situation for the children in the elementary school. And with the through the guidebook and the ASMA project, we tried to create a well-structured singing lesson for the children. We tried to combine the use of the real-time visual feedback software and tools for the assistance of the teacher and the student. We try to motivate students through different singing repertoire and the use of digital software. We try to give the teacher the right guidance and enhance the students' speech accuracy through special vocal exploration exercises, warm-ups, cool-downs, and proposed singing methodology. And the purpose of the guidebook is to lead the student to self-teaching, to support the singing teacher with special scientifically developed tools, and finally to enhance the school choir. And the last thing I want to say is that I worked with Mr. Steinhauer in the aesthetics of the child's voice and the mimetic learning. Mimetic learning is one of the most important forms of learning. Rather than mere imitation or copy, mimetic learning means a process in which the mimetic reference to other persons leads to an expansion of the learning person's worldview, actions, and behavior. Through the ASMA guidebook, we pointed out the dialectical relationships of mimicry to educational singing concepts related to voice speech accuracy, but also to aspects such as correct vocal placement and diction, dynamics, musical rhythm, memorization, and diverse ways of musical interpretation. Our purpose was to create a strategy for an inclusive singing instruction technique. And we hope that we will succeed with this tool, as children nowadays live in the post-digital era, and they like to use digital tools, to use technology in and out of the classroom in order to create a kind of self-teaching. Thank you.
Congratulations for the work. It's really useful for future knowledge in the school. Just like to have an idea. Have you thought to use the same approach for prevention for voice education? Because a lot of children, go out to the breaks and they yell and they can do harm, and they can use that the same thing or doing something about prevention.
Yes, in the guidebook, we have a special part where we say about vocal health and vocal problems, prevention, and all these things. But for the teacher, but for the use of the teachers, not for the children.
I wonder if that can be used for the kids as well. Prevention of education. Just an idea. It's not, nothing wrong. It's like an expansion of that. Because I think if we get the focal heads into them early, that can be very useful. It will help all the codes and other things. And the last thing, How are you coping with the changes in size, maturation? Because the larynx changed from the first to the 6th year. That's another.
Yes, we propose proper singing repertoire um, for every age group, and we also propose singing learning methodologies, small groups, larger groups. We say all these things analytically in the guidebook.
May I have a question also? Are you planning to focus mainly to elementary school teachers or only even to music school teachers in the elementary school? Or because facing elementary school teachers, non-music school teachers, having vocal problems, having problems with technique, having a voice that they're closed like completely, or even kindergarten teachers that they have the same problems. It's a big thing that firstly it's important to educate also like in a prior level than elementary school. Are you focusing also on the kindergarten, for example? Because they are using, even the normal teachers, not the music teachers, they are using more the singing like material in their.
We have not focused in preschool. We only propose things for the elementary school, and in the guidebook, the teacher can read things about his or her voice, how to ameliorate, how to use his voice properly. We have many things in the guidebook. But the main purpose of ASMA was to create the tool for the teacher.
So it's my time for me to sign. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Glad to see you here. For once again, yeah, of course. Yeah, so you can see that I'm Kostas Katsantonis. I'm the sound engineer and also the guy that runs around for every troubleshooting. Yeah. I'm sweaty, but I'm changing all the time, you know, clothes and stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna talk. It's gonna be a very short talk. If you have a short talk in your mind, today it's gonna change. It's going to be very short. Okay. I'm just gonna talk about the technical specification and the room acoustic solutions that we're proposing through the ASMA project. So the technical role in ASMA. They told me that we have to collect data from children that they are singing some kind of samples. So it was an amount of exercises or samples that they had to sing, and then we have to edit them and put them in a folder, an online folder. So the guys from the project are going to analyze them. So we collected the data through a conference we had in Lefkada, the homeland of Anastasia Georgaki. Okay, so yeah, after collecting them, so recording the children, we had to editing the audio and put them in an online folder so the fellow researchers can find them. I also had to direct children during the experiment, so I have to follow up the manual that Areti gave us for what we have to pay attention when children are making the exercises and they are singing for us to make the data. And also inspecting the recording place and the environment. So that's my role here, that I am bridging the two sides, the theoretical with the practical one. So we suspected that we're going to have something like that. So that's the studio lab map. That's you are going probably to see it in the brochure. This is the studio lab map. This is the place that the initial tests took place, and Natalia took some samples so we can run the pre-test. But the post-test happened to this. Okay, so you can imagine how different it was. Okay, because you can see a dentist chair behind. So it was like a storage place. Okay, for in Lefkada, and they told us, "Oh, you can record here." Yeah, of course we can. Yeah, if you are saying so. And the other one that already Sofia presented us, this is the second reality. So it's the official Greek classroom, as we can say. So most of the Greeks here can remember or can refer to their classrooms that they are very reverby, with no absorption, with very noisy from out noises and stuff. So yeah, we had to record choirs, we have to record single voices in some kind like of these places. Okay, so I'm suggesting for some ideal standards for a recording state, isolation at first. So we're referring to the studio that I showed you earlier. Isolation, it's the best thing that we could have because we don't have outer or even surrounding sounds. For example, air conditioning and stuff. You can meter them and you can remove them, or you can just not enable them. Also, you need high quality equipment for recording. Imagine taking at the school high quality equipment for recording and putting them in front of the kids. Yeah, instantly it's getting kind of, how can I say it, dangerous. Okay. So yeah, absorbing, diffusing, and soundproofing materials to sound treat the place that you are going to record. So, for example, you can use soundproofing panels, and also that's a suggestion for the Greek schools that they are very cheap. They can afford it, but they are not interested in about making a sound treatment classroom. So also teachers can be heard, but also children can hear with a healthy way. Okay, and also discipline for the people around to be silent. That's a very important thing because you know the classrooms. Okay, if you are taking one sample for one kid, the rest of 24 they are going to have a party. Okay, so yeah, it needs discipline. So in the manual in ASMA, I'm referring to the teachers on how to select equipment for recordings. So how they can pick a sound card, a regular microphone, something not very expensive, but it could be effective for some kind of those recordings. Like they probably can use dynamic microphones and non-condenser microphones because the detail is going to be heavier, and we need mostly the directivity of the vocal. So dynamic microphones could work even better. So decide the best available room at schools for audio capture. Yeah, so they can have a library. They can have a busy at the wall classroom. So it's going to be possibly ideal for having a recording in there. But how can they decide it? It's in the manual. You can read it. Make typical treatment in non-proofed areas. So as I told about the soundproofing panels. And also teachers can guide the students on how to use the microphone and the headphones for the optimal data collection. You can imagine that already if you are telling the kid that not please don't go close to the microphone and scream, this is going to happen immediately. Okay, so that's a fact. So yeah, it's one great thing about the teachers to teach children on how they can respect or they can use the equipment, because they are going to have it also for them in the future, especially now with distant teaching and stuff. You can see that most of the houses bought equipment for streaming and stuff. Yeah, so they're very familiar with that right now. So things are changing. So we're hoping about the future for teachers to be more familiar with technologies in education. We can see teachers right now in a different age, and they have to be familiar with the technology that is running right now. So sound modified and treated classrooms, we are suggesting that is going to be even better for everyone to listen in the classroom. Teachers can be aware of students' vocal state. That's the part that all the team is taking part of, because our applications are referring to the vocal statement of students. Also, teachers can be able to analyze their test results in the most accurate way. So if they can follow the manual of ASMA, they can see how to read all the results from the applications that they are given to them. And at last, train teachers in acoustics, phonetics, and a very basic sound engineering would be a fine result for ASMA. So thank you. Any questions? No, thank you.
Get another 3 minutes on. Not bad. The time has come. We've been delaying this process for 2 days. We cannot delay it any longer. We have to talk about the tools that we built. So my name is Areti, and I will be presenting actually I'm going to take you with me to take overview of our journey in actually building those tools. And then my colleagues, Natalia and Giorgos, will show you the case with this before they're released. So in trying to approach this process of yet another suite of thinking tools, and in order to justify doing that, we actually sat down as a team and we started thinking why. And we spent 2 days now discussing claims that could be summarized as thinking accuracy is an essential goal for students. It's been written in several ways in several papers. It enhances the understanding of musical concepts. And it's actually an easy way to train in terms of melody, rhythm, dynamics, because it's an inherent musical instrument, one that you come with. But yet, you still need to learn how to play with it. That is the big issue. In training properly, you can learn similar skills as in other musical instruments. You can train your accuracy, you can train your range, you can improve your control, in this case, your vocal control. And there is this whole other aspect on potential well-being improvement.
in playing music, learning to sing, playing a musical instrument. And I don't think there's anyone in this room questioning why you need to learn music, you need to sing, you need to learn how to play musical instruments. Moving on, and this is by no means an overcomplete list, but what we had to do as a team was to go over as many as we could of the software, commercial and freeware, academic, that are available out there. And there are way many, and yet again, maybe not enough in a weird concept. And there are tools out there that are meant for students, and there are tools out there that are meant for teachers. And the goals are different. Once you create a tool that is teacher-centric, then you provide teachers with means of actually collecting data, profiling the students, drawing conclusions about the quality or the characteristics of the voice of the students, using maybe quantitative means, subjective criteria, as opposed to subjective judgment. Not that subjective judgment is bad, but it's always good to have more tools available. And then at the same time, there are tools out there that are student-centric. And what we know in general is that the more modalities you include when you try to teach somebody to do something, the more fun it becomes. And it's being discussed also today that students find this fun. They actually enjoy playing with software, enhancing any means of their learning, not just music. And in reviewing several of the software that's out there, the obvious thing that was missing was a software that would let us actually take into consideration particular characteristics of the Greek music, like non-3/4 or 4/4 music, or micro tunings or Byzantine scales, etc. So we have identified some needs that are particular to the characteristics of Greek music, let's say, as in non-Western, non-well-tempered music, whatever that means. Then in trying to build software, we also had to consider who's our target audience. And we're building software as part of ASMA, as been said before, for the teacher primarily, not the student. Our goal is not to substitute music teachers with software, but to have software that works supplementary to the teaching experience for the teacher. So our target audience is musicians or musicologists who have not necessarily received proper or sufficient vocal training. And even if they have some vocal training, they do not necessarily have the skills to address how to actually vocal teaching in that young ages. Or for people who do not necessarily know how to address specific issues that have been pointed out as the main problem in children singing in those ages and have been discussed before, so I won't focus on that. So we're talking about sufficiently musically trained people who do not necessarily have sufficient vocal training experience, to sum it up. And also, as Kostas said in his 3-minute talk, we also have to take into consideration where that instruction takes place. This is what music classrooms look like. We do not have specific spaces dedicated to music. And the problem is that spaces, music classrooms in general, they lack the proper acoustic characteristics that would be conducive to someone's music experience. The acoustics are bad. The insulation of the spaces is bad. You have sound leaking into the classroom from outside. And of course, you have the opposite problem. People in a Jaffe classroom complaining that you make too much noise when you teach music. It's a two-way problem. And at the same time, schools lack the resources. And we used to think that resources are, let's say, musical instruments. They have children train their rhythmic skills. But it turns out, if you want to use software, then the resources include microphones, computers, sound cards, headphones, things that are of good quality, but at the same time not expensive enough that the tool will resist implanting you to use during a class, teaching class. Our tools are divided into three categories. Because we actually step with one foot in research and one foot in applied, science. So we have tools that their main goal is data collection and profiling of students and users. We have tools that they call students, they collect data, and they can show that data as one person at a time or collectively. We also have tools that are working on the regular stuff that you would expect: tuning, vocal, tuning quality, rhythm, melodic accuracy, etc. And then we have a set of tools that I like to call exploratory tools that go beyond what you would expect to have, but it's good to start exploring. So in the first category, the data collection category, we have tools that would actually let us collect information about phonetic marks and phonetograms and habitual frequencies and ranges for students, and being able to analyze those and see where we stand, and actually even monitor the process when using the rest of the tools. And collecting data in databases is never bad. We do have the regular tools that one would expect: tuning, rhythm, and melody, with an emphasis on non-Western music, with the potential of actually capturing micro-tuning and with complex rhythm. And then our favorite part, the exploratory tools. Tools that would use machine learning, for example, to let you collect data and try to identify potential problems in vocal, in syncing, as in breathiness and nasality, or tools that would actually explore the spatial expression, the spatial perception and its impact on performance when you're singing in polyphony, that is, when you're singing on a choir. In other words, how does what you hear when you're set in front of the audience in a performance, what you hear around you from your fellow students or from the acoustics of the room or whatever, how does it actually impact your performance and the quality of what you're able to produce in a performance setting? So without further ado, we'll start with Natalia presenting data collection in some of our experimental tools. And then we'll move on to Giorgos, who will actually show us the regular tuning rhythm tools, as well as the perception, the spatial perception in polyphony. So thank you. Hello, I will guide you through the first part of the ASMA toolset. And to be more precise, these tools are just prototypes, and we have the Python code of this tool. And together with this, we continue with the second part of the ASMA toolset. So the first tool we start is in vocal intonation, F0, detection tool. It uses the Pratt algorithm. We didn't do research about this algorithm or why or how precise is the Pratt algorithm. But it can take as input a recording of the student's voice as they read the text,
in a natural intensity and steady rhythm, and it gives as output a plot of their habitual frequency over time, and the mean value calculated as the mean of all recorded as zero frequencies. This tool is useful for the instructor as it helps the instructor to understand the habitual frequencies, the frequencies of the students speak, and the starting point of the tools that they will follow. Secondly, we implemented some tools that complete the vowel maps and a performance range profile estimator. The input of these tools are spoken or sung pronunciation of the Greek vowels produced clearly in a natural rhythm with a comfortable duration and at various dynamics, and the output is a visualization of the user's vowel pronunciation. They can use these tools either in speech or in singing. And in the first case, the tools can compute the mean value of the F1 by F2 of the plot. In the second case, they can see an F1 by F2 plot per regular time interval. These tools can help the instructors to identify the way children articulate its vowel when speaking and how it positions in the articulatory space. You can hear some of the vowels. No.
A, E, I, O, U.
B and B plot. Is it down in first? In the A and B plot, you can see the F1 by F2 plot, and in the second row, you can see the F1 by F2 plot over time.
A, E, I, O, U.
Then we created a tool that takes as input a vocal recording of users in upwards and downwards glissandi, and individual notes and musical intervals indicated by the teacher, and gradually reaching the user's vocal range extreme. And it gives us output the phonogram, which is a frequency by intensity plot. This plot helps the instructor to realize the vocal range capabilities of the student in terms of frequency range and dynamics, giving an overall picture of the student's vocal volumes with single acoustic measurement procedures conducted in the classroom. Then we continued with some tools that they try to make the image of the vocal quality of the student. So we tried to do a breathness evaluation, how breathy is the voice of the student. And this was a joint work with Evangelos Angelakis and Anastasia Georgaki, and it was published in Sciences Journal. We created our own data set. We used an electroglottograph. The input was the vocal false behavior. The vocal false behavior was monitored with the use of an electroglottograph. This is a non-invasive sensor. It uses two electrodes placed bilaterally of the larynx and gives us output the relative contact area of the vocal cord, some parameters about the relative contact area of the vocal cord. We also use the breathing system monitoring, and the circumference expansion and contraction of the surgery thorax region was measured using two respiratory effort transducers and two soft adjustable nylon straps. The protocol that we used was we asked from the students to speak or sing with their habitual frequency in medium, low, and high intensity, in low frequency, medium, low, high intensity, in high frequency, medium, low, high intensity, and to do some glissades and arpèges. The system architecture, you can see here the system architectures that we use and the sensors also that we use. We did some qualitative analysis. We try to study the output plots, the results of the respiratory sensor. And we also did some quantitative analysis and created our own data set. The total experiment time was 23 minutes, and that gives us 456 samples.
of different levels of breathing. We selected two raters and we did a 9-point discrete rating scale to have a ground truth how breathy was the sound in each of the samples. And then we computed the mean value of the two raters. Also, we did a test in our F0 detection algorithm. We tried to measure the distance of the detection in the breathy and non-breathy voice, and we studied how this difference goes ahead as the breathiness is increased. And you can see here the result of this study. We computed the CPPS of the sample and the O2, the open quotient, which is the contact or close quotient, because it compares the duration of the contact phase to the period of the vibratory cycle, and it's complementary to the open quotient. We use the DECOM algorithm and the Howard also algorithm when we compared the results of these two algorithms. We studied also the ABI index from the literature. That is a multivariate acoustic model for the evaluation of the breathiness. But this index requires both concatenated voice samples at continuous speed and the sustained vowel, because this index is suitable for also medical use. In our case, we wanted to develop sub-tools for the singing voice, so it's not very easy to create some sample and the same sample as sing and speak with different levels of breathing. We did some correlation analysis with the results, and we used a very simple multi-step regression analysis, and then we computed the results of the correlation analysis and created and proposed a new index for catching how breathy or not is the voice of the student. Here you can see the results of the regression analysis that we did. We also tried to evaluate the amount of nasalization of the student voices. This is a simple prototype to quantify the nasality of the singing voice. It takes as input audio samples of the user's voice and some acoustic parameters pertinent solely to the voice performance. We used solely the voice performance to compute the nasality of the student's voice. And this was also an extension of a previous tool, the Foreman range profile. We extended the Foreman range profile tool to compute the bandwidth and the level of the first Foreman. According to the literature, the velopharyngeal sphincter acts as a valve that enables the speaker to differentiate between oral and nasal sounds. The velopharyngeal closure is more pronounced in speaking compared to speech fast. It has differences in oral nasal resonance may result from either congenital or acquired disorders. The perceptual rating of oral nasal resonances, commonly referred to as nasality, exists on a continuum such that listeners can detect different degrees of normal and abnormal nasality. And also there is probably more confusion concerning the role of the velopharyngeal closure in singing than about any other acoustic consideration. And according to Professor Johansson, the professionally trained classical singers carefully take the velopharyngeal port to fine-tune the vocal timbre. Also, according to related work, an increased vocal tract resistance originating from a narrow constriction is favorable for the functioning of the glottal oscillator. The VPO raised in the levels of F3, F4, and F5 by about 4 dB. Related to the level of the F1, according to also to Professor Johansson. And a singer can use a VPO in the vowel A for enhancing the singer's format of the lighter spectrum pastels in general. Then, assuming that the nasal cord is associated with the presence of a VPO, singers may gain a boosting of the singer's format by means of a VPO. The bandwidth of F1 and to a lesser extent F3 proved a strong acoustic feature of nasality, with nasal vowels showing a significant widening of the format, far greater than the normal variability in oral vowels, and complementing the vocal tract with the nasal tract has been found to be associated with the reduction of the amplitude and the widening of the bandwidth of the first format. The frequencies of the third and fourth formats were affected by VPO size, being slightly lowered as the size was increased. So we also created our own data set. We tried to sing simple phrases in different levels of nasality using our voices. And again, we did a perception rating of the results. We sampled the samples, and we hear the samples, and we try to do a perceptual rating of how nasal the samples were. We had 228 samples, so this is a very small number to do create a training neural network, but we did also again a correlation analysis and study. And we found that the average of the first 4 performance frequency values and respective performance bandwidth values were extracted, and the values were computed using Python programming language. We use the person's correlation coefficient and the p-values. You can see here the results of the correlation analysis, and we selected some of our features that are the more that have the major correlation with the nasality factor. And we selected to the F1, the F2, the F3, and the bandwidth of the first and the third performance. Here you can see the results of the multivariate Gaussian analysis. So the results are that the nasality of the singing voice appears to be identified through acoustic analysis of audio samples. The proposed prototype could be used either independently, assisting singing students identify the nasalization of their voice, and also as a part of the early development and post-quality assessment tool that now it is already completed. This toolset is a part of the ASMA project. It aims the amelioration of the vocal and music education in reach primary education. For our future work, we're interested in using a large-scale data set with participant groups of distinct vocal proficiency levels, different vocal idioms, and more vowels to add more acoustic parameters and to create a more complex multivariate model using neural networks, and to do real-time analysis of breathiness and nasality predictions. Thank you.
Hi for me, and I'm Dedousis, which candidate at the music department, one of the members of the ASMA tool. And let's jump straight into the tool without any other delay. So we developed some tools that target the improvement of the student in terms of tonal and rhythmic accuracy through the practices that our colleagues described that there are in our guidebook. So this tool, they consist of the digital warm-up tool. It's a tool that consists the beat tracking tool and the tuner tool. And I will be saying in this mode, not in full screen mode, so I can switch between maximum speed and presentation. So bear with me for that. So yes, this first tool load exercises, melodic and rhythmic exercises, and the beat tracking tool can act as a regular metronome, one that a user can parameterize the speed and actually the timbre of the frequency that they hear, and also load the rhythmic exercises from the guidebook that was described before us. And it can provide visual feedback of the deviation from the target onset. So let me show you a picture first and then load the tool. So you can load an exercise here, play. We use at the moment sounds from the General MIDI library, and we use Bach library to load the scores that are included in the guidebook. And let me show you also in this movie signature. And so there's a noise gate, we described earlier, Kostas and other colleagues described about the noise that other classrooms, uh, that the classroom has because of external noise. So there's a noise gate to suppress that. And actually, the metronome that we talked about, somebody can. So somebody can adjust the timbre of a sound that they hear at the metronome, like for example. And also the tempo of this metronome can be adjusted. The other function of this tool is to load an exercise. This is just an example exercise here. And somebody can choose from woodblock and typograms with just included these two for the general MIDI sound. And they can, there's always a bar that as a pre-count before the exercise. So also the tempo and the easy to test that sound for the exercise. And the other, the last thing about this exercise is the beat tracking tool. So this beat tracking tool, you can have a microphone, whatever microphone, you can tap on it, you can tap on the table, and we try to incorporate also an algorithm behind so we can do the usual things that we do in our conservatories like ta, 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 ta. And this one shows you the variation from the onset of the note that is included in the exercises. Let me do it. So, so at any given time, the tools shows you actually with the bar if you're early on your onset or late. It shows you the millisecond underneath it, and also shows you if you actually hit as many notes as you were supposed to hit. I hit one more at the beginning, so it showed the message hit many notes. Please try again. The other tool is the tuner tool. This tuner tool can act in two modes. So the one is the regular tuner. So like the previous tool that acts as a metronome, this can act as a tuner tool that the user can define the tone reference in hertz. and they can have control over the frequency, the timbre, and the duration of the sound. And also they can monitor the tonal accuracy and again the variation from the target tone graphically and numerically the same way that they did in the beat tracking tool. I'll show that in a moment. The other mode is the musical trainer, interval trainer. So again, we load some melodic exercises as with the beat tracking tool that we were loading rhythmic exercises. And this tool can respond to various tunings. So we have included out of today some Western um, tuning systems, also some Bazodyne, and we constantly updating this tool at the moment to include more scales such as nth and Greek scales, etc. And let me let's go straight to the So the interface is quite similar to the previous one. Um, uh, you have also a spectrum analyzer for not mentioning before, and you can set a reference tone, as we said before. And we have included sawtooth waveforms, sinusoid waveform, and triangle waveform, and also the student can try to imitate that specific tone as a tuner. Again, we can also load some exercises as this one. Again, these exercises are included in the guidebook, but also there's a thing we believe is that the teacher and the students, maybe in a future version of this tool, can make their own scale and include them. I mean, it's only a MIDI file. So if one has a score writing tool such as the use Finale or a new score, which is freely available, they can design melodic or rhythmic exercises and load it in the tools. Again, the playback instrument for this tool is from the general MIDI library, and let me play that. For playing that, also we can change the clef of the score. So if somebody has some preference on the clef, so for example, this wouldn't be suitable for this occasion, but maybe this one would be more would be easier with the eye for somebody. Uh, so we included a G, F clef, and octave below for the G3, and also the tempo is really adjustable. And before playing it back, one common thing with the teachers is that they usually need to play by themselves. They exercise, and all in very rare occasions, mostly in our conservatories, but not in the school, have a specific person for the accompaniment. So we included a transposition feature so that the teacher can focus on the actually on the voice of the children and not on playing the exercises on the keyboard. So let's they can choose the direction of the exercise and as we said before, the playback instrument. Let's play it back. slide that probably. And also as the bit tracking tool, we also include a tuner. So as the child sings the exercise, we can have visual feedback about how the variation of the note they're trying to sing. And of course, this should be reproduced, this exercise, so with headphones on. Otherwise, the microphone will receive the signal from the loudspeaker. And finally, we've included some scales from other tuning systems, such as violin scales. And for now, we choose to show the variation of the Western note with sense. So, for example, Echos alpha, it's like it's a minor, D natural minor, but Echos vita, the second note is supposed to be 100 cents lower. For now, there's a discussion of how to reproduce this on a Western score. So we're trying to think bigger than scales, but reproduced and be showed in Western scores, which is actually a musicological issue that we as a future implementation. And to conclude, of course, another example. Yes, of course, like a Pluto, maybe. Okay, great. Violin. We can also transpose these scales if you want, if you would like. It's okay? Then transpose this one. And the last one is the coordination and accuracy in polyphony tool that helps, we aim actually to help at in vocal homogeneity and to use auditory spatialization in order to place the students in different places in the choir. Let me also load this one. So the teacher can, or the child can select a song. So we've recorded some choir, children choir, and we've included this recording here. This is one of the canon. And we can also see the score. Let's go. So there are three positions at this moment that the child can move themselves between the choir. Although this is in ambisonic, they recorded in ambisonic format, we can try to see maybe the other one, the coronation mass probably will be a better illustration because we don't have headphones now. But after this presentation, everybody can approach here and test it with headphone. But let's see how this. So the aim is to virtually place the child in a place in the choir, so they can accustom themselves to familiarize, themselves with different positions and different actual acoustic places in the choir. And future work, I mean, the most important, I think, that we've all discussed about it is, okay, we've designed the tool. Now we are past the alpha phase and we are in the beta phase, phase. And we're taking all the feedback that we can, but for sure these tools need gamification, as we talked with other people here before. And as Professor Georgaki said earlier, for these tools to be placed, to be transferred to a web-based platform, and to parameterize in various other ways with tools. Thank you very much.
Δεν ακούει. So if you have questions, now we don't have too much time for demonstrating the tools, but we have already organized the forum for teachers 1 month ago, and we will do it again in January in order to test the tools. So I would like just to ask you if you have any questions, and otherwise we're going to finish the workshop. So please feel free. Yes.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Please forgive me for what I'm going to say if you've already considered it, but it just ran through my head, so I'd like to share it. On your list of whys, the justification for why you need this, as a voice therapist, no, yes, there we go. When we have adults with voice problems, a very common feature from their history is that when they were children, they had voice problems. So if you resolve that problem with such a software, then hopefully we'll be seeing fewer adults with voice problems.
Thank you very much. This is really promising. I was wondering, I find very exciting the notion of non-tempered microtonal materials, but I was not very convinced with the MIDI implementation. Have you considered like sort of audio, using audio like expert performances?
Yes, there's a big discussion on that, and actually it's something that also I believe Vassilis dealt with in his master's thesis and maybe touches upon a bit on his PhD. The minute you use a real person recording as the target, there's no way of controlling whether the person will result into trying to imitate the actual tuning and or actually imitate the timbre, the voice of this person. There's always a danger when you try to, even unconsciously, imitate somebody else's voice. It becomes a big question. What voice would be the appropriate target for a 6, 7, 8-year-old student to be listening to and try to imitate? By using something that is not a voice, then you don't have to, you don't run into this potential risk.
your target becomes the tuning, becomes the rhythm, and not, okay, how do I access this vocal placement that I hear? How do I actually imitate that? It's a discussion. It's not that that's a bad thing. It is something that ASMA did not touch upon and it did not research at all. So we felt like it is not justified. It could have been easy for us. We have half of our team is professional singers. We could have recorded those exercises, but then it would have become a big question on how did we decide who that was.
It's really natural learning takes place with real sound samples, not with MIDI samples. So
natural is the you have natural learning. The goal is not to have a tool that would substitute for the goal is to have a tool that would actually enable the teacher to better focus on certain things, not having to deal with other things like singing all the time. Know that interval is not the right one. Know that rhythm concept is not the right one. It's a big discussion.
Yeah.
We can keep going back and forth. I don't think there is a right and a wrong answer. It's what's your target and what's your goal on doing so.
Maybe it's worth running an experiment, like with both MIDI and audio.
I have a question that maybe I didn't understand. Is there any part of evaluating the student afterwards, like they hear that? Is there any part of the software that evaluates also what the system that does the system hear?
But the system listens to you.
Listen.
The system, those tools, they do not record you because it becomes a big question when you record minors. So the system does not record the audio. It provides real-time feedback. The only tools that actually record you are the tools that Natalia presented, which concern data collection and analysis in a sense. So in this case, you have special permission to do so. So those tools, they listen to you and they provide some initial feedback, real-time feedback, and overall performance quality. But there's no actual way to run a cost analysis and compare.
And the feedback is related to the tone and the rhythm accuracy? Good. Thank you.
I have another question. Since open source is one of the main priorities, why use Max? Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, wouldn't one consider implementing because they're
Max MSP than I guess, but these are these are not intended to be the one.
Right. I mean, those patches could easily transcribe in PD and then be easily accessible. I mean, even if web platform. Okay.
Was wondering about the timing of one of the examples where you had half note and followed by two quarter notes, and it seemed that they had nominal durations. There was no attempt to play it in a more musically convincing way with the phrasing, with the stressed beats and unstressed beats and so on. Would you think that that has a possibility to have any significance? I mean, I don't think that the children would ever hear unless they listen to mechanically played music, the sequence of sounds with that content. So.
Yes, Professor Santos, I think was agree with that with you that we need some stress notes to signify the start of the beat or whatever our else rhythmical structure that we have. That would just test exercises that two or three test exercises that we test the tools and not the actuals that are on the time. Anyway.
Hi. It was mentioned before by the previous speaker that you have also taken consideration of registration issues. Given that it's a very complex thing, registration, even for very experienced singers, are there tools of assessment of effective strategies or non-effective strategies regarding registration and the technical aspects in general, apart from the musical and the rhythmical? Yeah. Yeah. Both. I'm referring to both. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Just because it was mentioned before. Yes. Mhm. I absolutely agree. Just because it was mentioned and I was impressed by such a possibility, but as an issue that you encounter often in classrooms. Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Our workshop, I would like, first of all, to thank our special invited from abroad, Professor Johan Sundberg. Thank you very much for coming and see our work, and who is the founder of, and he shows us the way, and Axel Rebel from IRCAM, from the AI and singing voice, very important. As also Malte Cobb, who he's not now with us, and Claudia Manfredi, thank you very, very much from the University of Firenze. Our special guests that were from online, Professor Graham Wells and Professor Natalia Henrys. So thank you very much. And of course, our local invited, like Vassilis Katsouros from ILSP, from, thank you. And the team of Thanos Bibas, who were on voice therapy. Again. Last, I would like, first of all, to thank the two main persons that have helped a lot for the organization of this workshop, Evangelos Angelakis, thank you very much, and George Dedousis, but also Kostas Katsantonis on the sound, and of course, Areti, who is our prominent professor at the department, and she has a very special team. Bravo, Areti. Natalia Kotsani, and Sofia Stavropoulou, of course, and of course, Giorgos Steinhauer. So thank you very much for being here. You have seen that we have tried to make an interdisciplinary research between application, the science of the singing voice, the vocal pedagogy through visual feedback, making some references to the health of the singing voice, that's important, and of course, looking to the future for the singing voice and AI. So thank you very much for being here, and we will see you in Stockholm.